Good morning, dear participants. Labas rytas, iki Lietuvos. Tere homikost, in Estonia. We warmly welcome you in our annual training day. And as Nikola Tesla once said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, you must think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. We have an interesting program ahead of us today. But before our training day starts, I want to remind you some rules we should follow during today. So, questions can be posed only in Q&A sections. Priority will be for the questions that you are posing in person. All the questions that are in chat box, we will then follow up. If we will not have time for answering of those, we will answer them in emails, so don't worry about that. But to warm you a little bit up today, I would like to start the first poll to see from where are our partners in crime. So please, first poll, and please specify the country you are from. So the options are, as you see, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, or any other countries. And are there any results already, team? Can you find the polling answers? There are some buttons to click to answer the questions. And so what are the answers? Are there any guests in Zoom? Hey, can you wave at me? Hey, do you see me? Wake up. It's already... Oh, and here are some answers. So again, the main part is from Latvia, but we see guests also from Lithuania and Estonia, and no one from other countries. We should think about that. But now we can continue with the second question, and this is, how many Lucidus training days have you attended so far? So please answer the second polling question, and this is the first time, second, third, fourth, or maybe 276th time in the training day. So please answer the questions. And the question is up, so please, I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, and then I see that most of you are for the first or second time. Oh, and there are also someone who is already first time. Congratulations, and we are very happy that there are so much users that are again coming back to the training days. So when we have warmed up and talked a little bit, I would like to remind you a little bit about our today's program. So we will start up with the morning session from Modular, and this is prepared, so we will see that one. It will be followed by Kako New Energy, and then one of the most important things in today's session, and this is lunchtime, which will be from 11:30 till 12 o'clock. Then followed up by a Lucidus case study, the Monument of Freedom in Riga, which will be followed up by Inotechnica and Evo, and then the wrap-up and some presentations from Schneider Electric. So, before we start our first morning's new session, there is another one poll question. And this is about human-centric light. If you remember last year, we also posed this question. So are there any changes in the answers? What do you think? What is the human-centric light? Is this the spotlight of the next generation? Is this the Batman who is meeting the Oreo? Can you answer the questions? Oh yes, I see the Batman meeting Oreo is one of the questions, one of the answers. Very nice. So then it's very important for you to follow up our first session to know that maybe Batman is not so much tied with the human-centric light. So, I would warmly welcome our guest from Belgium, and as one Belgian once said, there is no use of waiting your ship unless you have sent it out. So as we have sent out our ship, we are waiting it back. And please, the morning session from Super Modular from Belgium about human-centric light. Hello.
Good morning!
And welcome to the breakfast show.
I'm Fred from Modular, of course, and I love to wake up every morning to see the light again. Next to that, I've taken the responsibility of business development international at Modular. Mietje, what about you?
Well, I'm Mietje, and I'm really passionate about lighting, art, architecture and design, and I help Fred to roll out his crazy ideas.
Nice. How many years are we actually already at Modular?
Well, over 30.
Oh my god, that's a long time.
Yeah.
It still feels like we started yesterday. So,
Indeed.
That's the fun of it. But okay, let's come to the point now. What I'm going to talk about today.
Well, first I would like to introduce actually Joanna. She's also joining us, but from far away.
Okay, let's go over there. Hi, Joanna.
Hi, Joanna.
Good morning, Fred and Mietje. It's really cold here in Sweden, minus 6 degrees, but we know how to make it warm. It's really a nice pleasure to be a part of your breakfast show.
Nice to have you in our breakfast show, Joanna.
Wow, and you're in the snow. So can you tell us a bit more about you?
I'm Joanna and I'm responsible for sales in Modular in Central and Eastern Europe. I have prepared today a short presentation for you on how we make moods in Modular. So I'm very excited to take you to a journey and share with you a series of inspirational moods. It's a unique combination of beauty and light. I hope to get your creative spirit going. So let's start with the first proposal called Moody Twilight. It's a proposition for those who love mixing architectural and decorative lighting with the dark, mossy tones. As you can see here, the playful luminaires also create interesting composition of light and shadows. And as you can see, that adds a bit of dramatic flair. Also, curve shapes, brown and bronze, colors suggest the Divine's 60s and 70s touch. For me, warm, earthy red tones married with curvy and organic shapes bring out really the retro look that never loses its sensuality. Here, ladies and gentlemen, you can see how lighting becomes a part of architectural structure and creates actually the patterns of its own. Organic boho is interesting proposal if you feel that interior should radiate tranquility. Personally, I love nature. It gives me peace, so it's always interesting to add natural elements into the interior, as well as also it's interesting to mix in vintage or ethnic elements. Warm textures like anodized bronze or champagne work really well with the natural materials like rattan or straw or linen. From nature, we go to chic. What says elegant more than sleek lines, dark tones or luxury accents? These rich elements and colors always give a space a stylish, high-end feel. I personally cannot resist. As you can see, suspended luminaires and accents are also perfect for creating an intimate spaces. In this proposal, brown undertones and warm natural tones found in the nature form a perfect union with the rich backdrop. I like the less is more environment that lets the rich elements to do the talking. The soft lights and the warm colors simply will invite you in. In renovation projects like this one, you need to work with what there is and of course combine the elements. Here it's a sober style with darkish beige, champagne, silver and bronze accents. Here the materials are mixed with black, white and anodized colors. That creates a calming, very calming balance. Simplicity and minimalism are concepts I love to express. Why? Because they make the interior just timeless. Say more with just a little. Just black, just white, small objects and clean, smooth surfaces. Miniaturized luminaires are still present thanks to their design and style. That was our last stop on the journey on the inspirational island. I hope you enjoyed it. I see you later again, but in the meantime I need to run to my next assignment. So see you later and back to studio.
Thanks, Joanna, for bringing us in the mood. You really impressed us with your first presentation in the snow.
Well, Michi, maybe we should consider to make our next morning show on the beach in Ibiza.
Oh, traveling. I would love that. Well, but for now, we'll see you back after the commercial.
Bye.
Bye. So, Fred, what are we going to talk about?
Well, I'll give you a hint. You can answer. I show you a graph. What does it ring a bell?
Obvious. Human-centric lighting.
Indeed, human-centric lighting. Well, it explains actually the curve of the sunlight. So we have the morning where we have the warm light. During daytime we have cold light, and then in the evening we soften the light again. So that's plain and simple. But I will show you another one, Michi. Is this one the same or is it something different?
Well, it's similar, but there's a lot more on the graph.
But yeah, there's a lot more, but let's make it simple today. This talks again about the light colors, but also about the light intensity. It is a combination of changing the light color as well as also changing the intensity. But there are so many information on the internet that we could find. So we started 2.5 years ago with 2 universities. We started a program which is called TETRA with the University of Ghent as well as the University of Leuven. On top of that, as we are part of Signify, our mother company, they have also started the journey to measure the impact of light towards our eyes. And then, long story short, in the early 2000s, they have discovered a new hormone which is called melatonin. And this is directly linked to the impact of light. And that's good for modular. So the nice part is for modular lighting instruments that we need a lot of light, and this is one of the key elements to grow plants, but also for the well-being of human beings, persons, pets, to grow as well.
My dog will love that.
So it's actually a combination. So the light regulates the human body and the mind. So 3 components which you will see is the first one is the visual aspect. When there is light, when we light something up, we will see it, plain and simple. It regulates also the emotional aspects. So when we have a cloudy day, a rainy day, we might have the feeling in our behavior that we are a bit down, a bit depressed. And then last but not least, the light regulates also our biological clock. Let's show it a bit. So here, for example, in the morning, we want to have a lot of light. We want to wake up at work, not just wake up at work, but really make sure that we can perform. So we distribute a lot of light with a rather cold temperature, and don't be shocked. We can go up to 5,000 or even more because the sunlight is 6,500 K. During the day, we will change it smoothly. We will change the color, the CCT, towards a more warmer atmosphere. And then by the evening, if we're still there at the office, we can also dim it down to really make it as cozy as possible. So less light. Be careful as well, because if we do not have the right light at the right place, our body can react in a wrong way, so the well-being will be hit. Or if we have too much light when we go to sleep, for example, this will not stimulate our sleep rhythm. I give you an example as well. We all know, we heard about it, it's all over the internet, that it might interrupt during night if you have your phone close to you or your iPad. That's not good to stimulate that sleeping rhythm. It's better to watch a television. Or when we go out, we talk about the shifting of our rhythm, of our sleep rhythm. So that's why it's also important also that we fully understand what this is about.
Sorry, want
Kan je kwijt? Doe maar verder.
Ja.
Ik ga het wel meepakken. So, the human-centric lighting is actually a balance between the visual part, the emotional part, and also the aspect of biological comfort. Whew. So here I'm showing actually the curve during the day, not only the color change, but also the light intensity, which has a great impact on ourselves. Now, again, there are a lot of theories, but the outcome is that we have an equivalent daylight where we always compare it towards 6500 Kelvin, which is the sunlight. And therefore, a new simple formula is developed. It's called the MEDI, which is actually a combination of the lux on the eye multiplied with the M ratio. And I will show you what that is. It's plain and simple. So like I said, daylight is, the sunlight is actually 6500 K, which is the reference of M ratio 1. Everything which is below, like 3000 Kelvin, has a lower factor which is called 0.55, or if we tune it to 4000 Kelvin, we have 0.75. Now, let's give an example. Show an example. Please, we have a beautiful office with the Drupal of modular, and we all know that we have to distribute 500 lux, lower than 19, and also the wall will help us also with reflection light. So let's show you how that formula now really works. Again, we have George here, and George, his eyes will interpret two things. The first one is the direct light from the product, and the second one is the reflected light from the furniture, from his table, from the walls, and all together George will receive 160 lux on his eyes. Now we know what we learned before. We will multiply it with 0.55, so we have the equivalent 88 equivalent melanopic lux. Wow, I need a special mouth to pronounce that properly. Or if we tune it towards 4000 Kelvin, we know that we have the 0.75 and we have the 120 equivalent melanopic lux.
But is that good or bad?
Well, is that good or bad? Is it enough or not enough? Because we used to work with lux or lumens and etc. Now we suddenly go to the MEDI. So I show you some examples again. So we have the average working people who have an average age of 32 years old, and they need 250 MEDI. So the one before wasn't enough. And elder people, not at work any longer, but anyhow, because their pupils are getting more narrow, their lenses are yellowing, that's why they need double the amount of light. But we can all think in the direction of, oh my god, all this electricity, energy, all the amount of light, do we need it over the whole day? The answer is no. We need to make a certain kind of timetable for the day. And it's simple, like I already explained in the beginning, we need to boost a lot of light in the early day of the working day. Let's call it like, let's say 10 o'clock in the morning. By 10 o'clock in the morning, we need to have the 250 MEDI to perform outstanding. But after that, so let's say after lunchtime, we can start lowering, not just lowering, it's just half. And that's proven point. This kind of rhythm stimulates the melanopic hormone in our body to outstand and also to activate the sleep hormone as well. So there are a few items to make it more tangible to work with. The thing is, how can we increase the MEDI? Because I just explained we have that beautiful profile, but it's not enough. So how do we do that? We have several items which I will go through right now. We can add more luminaires. to spread the light, or we can also make a creative pattern of the profile. So we will play with the light intensity. That's number one. Now, number two is we can also play with the colors, like I explained, basic rules. In the morning, we boost a lot of light. We have the tunable white profiles to activate our melanin hormone, together with the dual walls to create that atmosphere. But there is not too much of warm atmosphere because it's morning and we need to perform outstanding. After lunchtime, let's make it a bit cozy. So the profiles, the linear solutions are still activated, but you can see the difference. They are getting warmer. They're really getting warmer on color, Kelvin, temperature, and the jewels are still doing their job. But once we go into the evening modus, late afternoon modus, you will see that we not dim them, but just we delete the lighting from upstairs, and we only keep the warm, soft lighting to perform into the evening. So that's number two. Number three is the light distribution. That's important also, where and what to position. This looks quite technical, but it is. But we have experts at Modular, as from lighting design, as well as also our account managers who are trained to the top. So here, briefly, here you can clearly see in Dialux that we have a light concentration, which is not good. So what did we do? We just add, like we said at the beginning, we add a little bit more light so the distribution goes more homogeneous. The second example is that we have a suspended profile up down where we change some parameters is the uplight. We have used a high efficient uplight to make sure that we boost a lot of light towards that ceiling. Plus we have also added some ambient lighting, which can be profiles or whatever, to create a homogeneous light effect. Plus also that we have take into account also the reflection ratio of walls, of furniture, and that's why it becomes a combination of different aspects. One of the last points is, of course, controls, to program that rhythm, yeah? To have that MIDI over different time zones of the day. First one is, of course, the profile, the product of Modular. Then we also have dedicated technology developed, and on top of that we have DALI drivers. Don't be scared, this is what Modular offers, and in combination with key stakeholders of your project, which are, of course, the engineering practices as well as installers and our team, we can help you to make that scene perfect. And then the momentum is, of course, the light design. To position, to choose, and also to have enough product profiles, the light design, it all comes in a certain direction. That number 5 is as important as the other ones also, to have the right design with the right technology. Now, to show you a bit of an overview, Modular has great products, but you don't always need to work in a project with human-centric lighting. You can do it plain and simple, but do know that we have multiple linear solutions as well as also beautiful products to upgrade hospitality, but also meet the human-centric lighting job. So I hope this was interesting for you, the topic of human-centric lighting.
Yeah, thanks Fred, that was really interesting. I would say let's go for a coffee break and
see you back after the commercial.
Fred, can you explain us a bit more on how Modular works on sustainability?
Everybody knows about Modular Lighting Instrument, that it's a high-end architectural lighting brand. But we also do a great effort in quality as well as in sustainability. And we have actually two directions. Mm-hmm. The first direction is product development, and the other part is on a company, on a corporate level. So let's first start at the first topic is in product development. We take into account that all the components must be unassembled end of life, 100%, so the products can be recycled completely. So therefore we don't use glue, but we use screws, because glue is also bad for the environment. And then with the screws we are able to unassemble the broken parts, which can be replaced locally or they can be replaced in our after sales department. Next to that, number 2, is we purely use LED components. And this one leads to, next to a great effort of energy saving, we also go up to 50,000 hours on an ATP20. So to see that in comparison with low voltage halogen, for example, the GU10, 1,000 hours, the better MR16 in the old days, 3,000 hours, the T5, 10,000 hours, now we go beyond 5 times. And that's really important, and also talking about energy saving.
And does that mean that we only sell LED nowadays?
Almost, yes, it's 99% in the graphs. And this trend changed actually, or swapped, let's say 6 years ago. So taking consideration that we already developed more than 10 years into the LED world. Another part is that a long time ago, more or less like 15 years ago, we started by changing the way how to design and how to manufacture products. And these days we only do it with the 3D models, which leads to the highest ecological and also sustainable outcome. So the sheet metal, foiling, welding, grinding, sawing, milling is waste production, instead of doing it directly to the shape of die casting or pressing or stamping, these kind of things, which relates up to investigations.
And does the modularity helps in there, because that's something modular actually stands for?
Yes, 100% modular lighting instruments. So the modularity part is important, not only for you as architects, because you have the creativity beyond a lot of things, but also again on broken parts, on modules, because we work with modules, pre-assembled modules, to be fast in assembly and etc., so that they can be replaced 100%. So it's like that the LED, the end of life, creates a new life with something else.
Ah, okay.
And another part is that we also develop our own optical components, reflectors, lenses, to achieve the highest efficiency. Meaning that if you load it with energy, you get an amount of light. If you use bad reflectors or optical components, you reduce your outcome. So that's why we developed this in our engineering. And also this, what you see right here, is a mechanical component of heat sink, which relates towards or reflects towards a long lifetime. And it also, this special development years ago with, again, University of Ghent, led us to shrink the heatsink massively. So we don't use this amount of alloy or aluminum, but you also can reduce the recessed depth into the ceiling, because we all know that new buildings, they reduce the ceiling depth. Either you reduce the quality of light. No, we could shrink actually this into another.
Cool.
So that's also part of the designing our own engineering.
Should we take a look at one of those components up close?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, well, hold on. So let's start with the heatsink. So in this case, we have a smart fixture. You have the LED over here, the reflector, and then the shape which is mounted onto that. Now, as for the heatsink itself, it's quite a particular shape, don't you think? Well, so the LED will give most of its heat to the back, and then really in like a straight line. So this means that on our M here, you really have most of the heat which is coming in. But because we are making the shape like this, so like a sort of a, you can call it like leaves or your own nerves, let's say, it actually makes that the heat goes very fast towards the sides, which makes that the heat of the LED is cooled down more quickly. And this also means that with that you have a longer lifetime and also durability, which is higher. As for this is now a reflector one, but sometimes we also use our own fixtures as heat sinks. So in this case, for instance, you have this little ball with a lens technology on over it. The glass lens we designed ourselves and also producing it ourselves. This little ball serves as the heatsink. Same goes for the minute. This is really heavy, guys, really. And then on the inside, you can see again that lens. We always try to have also a nice finish, so you don't see any screws, which makes it beautiful on its own. Simple and beautiful. And of course, just to focus a bit more on reflectors, we actually aim to have most of our reflectors in an aluminium. And the reason for that is because we see less decay on aluminium than on your plastic reflectors. So if you have less decay, then it means that it also stands the test of time. And last but not least, when we develop something, we try to develop something good. Now this is an MLED 50, which is a module that you can use for replacement, for instance. And it has a warm dim inside. Now this warm dim might be something that is also useful when it comes to human-centric lighting. You go from 3K at full level, and when you start dimming you go to 1800 Kelvin. So for warm dim, this might be very handy when it comes to human-centric lighting. You can actually go from 3000K at full capacity, and then if you start dimming down, you go to 1800 Kelvin. So really nice technology. And also the heatsink again, which is biometric, that really makes sure that the LED is cooled down properly. Now back to the studio. And one of the last factors is smart lighting. Now, all things considered, smart lighting can save another 8 to 12% on lighting installation energy consumption.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So the second part about sustainability, first we discovered on product level. Now we're going into the program of the company. So together with Signify, we have made our commitments towards the environment and the society described in the program, which is called
Brighter Lives, Better World.
I'll follow. So let's discover that part. So via our ISO 9001, 14001, we have quality management systems where we can describe our standards for the organization and also for our services. And this reflects in a higher efficiency, positive impact on the people, processes, costs, everybody around us, and the overall performance of the organization and the impact on the environment itself. In 2020, you know what we've done in 2020?
We had COVID.
Yeah. Next to that, what we also discovered.
We changed to electric cars.
Well,
Well,
step
we
by
started
step.
changing
So if we
to
order new
electric
cars,
cars.
there is only the selection of either a hybrid or a full electric car. And since a few months we have 6 charging ports already installed, so we can load the cars as well. And then another program is the carbon neutral program, which is not yet in place, but it's taking all the programs are in place to work onto an impact. To build a carbon neutral organization, which is a heavy one, by the way.
It's a really heavy one, but it's also an important one because it's the future of our children, which is of course the aim.
Yeah, it's a very important one. And then we started with a plastic-free program 2 years ago already, and I can announce you that we're there. We have reduced all plastic from any kind of product whatsoever, and so we changed polyethylene into cardboard. We have changed also plastic towards also paper and etc. and etc.
Well, Fred, perhaps it's better that we show you in our factory.
That's good.
So I would say let's go for a tour. So bubble plastic is also a thing of the past. We are now only using foil paper. So for packaging, like for our profiles, we have these cardboards, which really protects all the curves. Also, we use again that foil paper to wrap everything in. So this means we're almost there. The only thing left is these straps, which are soon to be replaced by also special ones in paper. So no plastics anymore. We already changed our orange tape into cardboard tape. Next phase make our warehouse completely paperless. And the phase after that is talking for transport, to have all those people as well working together to create a paperless environment.
So also in the warehouse, we use the paperless system. So we scan every component in and out the warehouse. So this also reduces massive paperwork.
So LEDification started before COVID, and of course everything had a bit of a setback, but this office is still how it used to be. So we still have fluorescent in combination with MR16, but this is going to be fully LEDified as well, and perhaps we'll even do something else.
So here we see a completely LEDified office, all with linear solutions in combination with spotlighting, with human-centric lighting included. So we have the right light in the right place at the right timing. So it's full of sensors as well to measure the daylight and also to measure the people inside the office as well. One of the last overall sustainable items is keep the doors closed, for example. One of the things we've invested as well is also a new roof. After 15 years in our building, we have changed a new roof, extra isolation, a white roof, for example. And our safety and health manager has a target every year to save minimum 5% of energy every year. We hope you enjoyed our modular tour.
Yeah, and now for a bit to have it a bit more light, because we've been discussing human-centric lighting, we've been discussing sustainability, so all quite heavy subjects. So we thought, why not give you something joyful to watch again? So let's bring you back, Joanna, with some lightness on a nice project.
Okay, back to Joanna.
Some of you might think what I'm doing in Sweden. I came all the way down here to show you a very nice residential project that has been designed by Linus Fenström, who is a famous Swedish ice hockey player. But not only, he's also an architect.
Okay, so Joanna, I'm really curious how it looks inside.
Come on, let's have a look inside. Follow me.
As I mentioned, I would like to present you today one project that is located in the Stenungsund in the southwest part of Sweden. It's a project that residential project that belongs to Linus Fenström. Some of you might know him perhaps, because Linus is a very famous professional Swedish ice hockey player. 3 years ago, Linus decided to design a home for his family. And he had ambition to minimize visibility and maximize the view. It's gorgeous panoramic view, because the villa is located on the edge of the mountain on 38 meters above the sea level, and has got gorgeous view on beautiful archipelago. What else he wanted is the both interior and the exterior are as free as possible from molding, lining, and other things that could steal the attention from this wonderful view. How to create the right mood in residential project? First tip is to set the right balance between general lighting and accent lighting. Why? Because the intensity of light is one of the most important elements in this. High-level general light, as we all know, suggest work and activity, while when we lower the light, we automatically feel more peace and more relaxed. Kitchen lighting serves a double purpose, offering bright, functional general lighting that enable us cooking, as well as providing the nice atmospheric lights for the moment when we want to sit down and enjoy our meal, for example. In kitchen, important is to ensure sufficient amount of well diffused general lighting that is supplemented by functional lighting above, for example, the cooking area. Living room has a myriad of functions, such as dining area, TV corner, reception, or as we all know recently, it can be also an office space. All this situation call for different lighting settings. Here we combine different type of lighting that can be easily controlled by our connected lighting technology. But first we ensure that all the playful general lighting is when we're using our magnetic track pista. To which we added a very discrete spotlight to this mix, to allow Linus to accentuate his features. Also, we made sure that we use different zones, so we can allow all the lighting to be dimmed and to create a different atmosphere. In the bathroom, we need to pay a special attention as to possibility that these places are very often damp or wet conditions. So the lighting solution that we offer in bathroom, it needs to be always with the right IP rating. In this project, our focus was to ensure sufficient general lighting that is combined with elegant atmospheric lighting, as you can see. That we wanted to create a little spa experience. To achieve this, we needed all the fixtures to be dimmable and also controllable independently. What's also important in the bathroom is diffused lighting by the mirror that allows to avoid shadows on the face. When entering the house, the first impressions are very, very important. So here, for example, we used our dent. It's a real grabber in the entry hall, as you can see. And also, it connects very well the hall with another joining living areas. Very good solution in the halls or this communication parts are sensors or connected lighting technology. In the bedroom, we implemented different type of lighting that serves various functions. It's very important to allow yourself in bathroom to dim the light. And also, quite interesting solution is to have possibility to turn it on and turn it off from both by the door and from the bed. You can, of course, simply make a use of our connected lighting technology for that. Sometimes indirect wall lighting behind the bed can be also a nice option, and because it gives a cozy and warmy feeling in the bedroom. How to bring the insights outside? That can be achieved by using the same lighting fixtures on the terrace. Of course, we need to remember about the right IP rating. Also, using the sensors can be quite useful, not only because of saving energy, but also to make the use very comfortable. And at the end, I have some anecdotes to you, because when Linus moved to his house for the first year, they didn't have any furniture. The house was completely empty. After a year, not only the all furnitures were there, but also appeared little cute Franz. That's all from my side. If you would like to see more pictures or videos from the project, you can follow the website or the Instagram or Linus website. So I hope you enjoy our trip, our visit in Sweden. Thank you very much for your attention, and back to studio.
Thanks, Joanna.
Thanks, Joanna. It was lovely having you here all the way from Sweden. We love to see you back at the office one day.
So thank you very much for your presentation. I hope that everybody is having the super mugs from Modular. And now we are to question and answer session. So, hi, Frederick, Joanna, Mitje. Hello. So how do you feel today?
Yeah, we need to excuse Fred. He's in Cairo for the moment. He got the opportunity to travel, so we apologize
Okay. So
him not
do
being
we
here.
have any questions from the audiences? Has anyone? Okay, while the audience is still thinking, all this human-centric light, what is the best way to do the dimming? Can you answer this one? Because dimming is a crucial part of the human-centric light, I think.
Yes, indeed. And for a dimming system, I would say the preferred dimming system to be used in the human-centric light is to use DALI system, because thanks to DALI, you can control each fixture separately. It might increase slightly the cost of the investment because it's double engineering and extra programming. However, it gives really flexibility and saves the cost of installation. For example, if we compare it with 1 to 10 volt dimming system, which is little, I think, in my opinion, older, we have limited possibilities because we can dim. We can work only with the zones, certain zones who are connected on the same circuit. So yeah, although the budget is higher, the DALI system is the investment in people, in productivity, and this is how it should be, how we should look at it as such. So also, when we think and when we talk about the trends of smart house, smart offices, everything is more computerized. DALI would be the system that will work perfectly with your building management system.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And I think also the color temperature changes is only possible via DALI. This is also, I think, quite important point.
Quite correct.
And yeah, and how we can connect to your projects? Maybe
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
How you can connect us to your projects? I think.
Yes.
I feel
yes.
this the question from the female part of audience about Fred's mobile number. But to be not funny, which is hard. You can always contact us if you have any project that you have questions or doubts. We can connect us, but I think the best way would be to contact Lucidus, because first of all, they are perfect expert in everything about modular. Second, you can talk to them in your beautiful language, so it will make the conversation easier. So, but we are one team, and this is the way how we play together.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Do we have any questions from the audience? No, it seems that the audience is still very sleepy. But while they are sleeping, I have one more question to you. And the question is, what is the standard length of the linear product? Maybe you can comment on that?
Well, we can start from about 20 centimeters, but we can do kilometers long. If you want to, if you have a project where you have like 50 kilometers, well, you are able to connect with us for that, of course. If it's only 20 centimeters you need, or 3 meters, of course, we can help you with that for sure. Our team at Lucidus has connected with us on the My Modular. If you want, you are also able to join, and then you already get a selection of tools ready for you. Our partners have some extra tools to help in calculating everything.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see that there is a question from the audience. So will it be asked in... Okay, just a second. There is a question. So the question is, can you please read out?
I see the question of, can luminaires be custom painted in any raw color? Is there a minimum order?
Yes, that is correct. So can you do it custom raw color?
Yeah, I'll already answer that one. So indeed, we can do custom RAL finishes, but we need to indeed know, of course, it all depends on the type of fixture. Like if you go for anodization, for instance, then of course it's not that easy to have every color available. But indeed, we can talk about that. But I think we already have in our range quite a nice range of colors. And from the top of my head, I know for Google, for instance, we did all profiles in yellow. So custom, if you have linear solutions there, it's no problem to have whatever color. I think we even did for Louis Vuitton, like the brown leather type style. So all those things are really possible. So no worries on that. And you can indeed always connect to us. Standard colors with us are, of course, white structure, black structure. But next to that, we have now a few fixtures with a nice anodized range of colors going from champagne to really bronze or even a silvery line. So you can go various styles.
And as Mitya mentioned, at the moment we have now the collection of beautiful bronze and champagne. And by the way, champagne is my favorite. And we see the change. We see the change in the architectural interior design. For example, like a few years back, everybody was interested in this minimalistic black and white fixtures. Now the trend is changing. But I was thinking maybe if we have the audience of wonderful architects, maybe we can have a question to you guys, and maybe you know what are the coming trends in colors in residential or in offices building.
Okay, so we will wait. Maybe someone will answer to that. But there is one more question. You mentioned that youngsters and elder people need different light amount. So what to do in case we have different generations sitting at one table? Is there a solution for that?
Well, the MIDI is actually calculated on like a standard audience. So you can't really, I think there will be possibilities to, of course, enhance the MIDI then depending on the age, but then it's indeed programming involved. Yeah.
Okay.
I also see a question on the expected lifespan of a lighting fixture. Well, indeed, you should count if you have embedded LED solutions, which means that the LED is integrated into the fixture. You have the LED engine that is, LED engines that is mounted on a heatsink. Then you can go, we normally set in the beginning about 50,000 hours. But we already see on tests that we are going up to 80,000. So there, the technology has really made a huge jump. As for retrofit solutions, for instance, there you will see on packaging that it's mentioned 25,000 hours. So that's only half. So in a way, if you choose to go for embedded LED, well, you have a better light because there is still the light output that you have with embedded LED is still bigger than what you have with retrofit. And you also have the longer lifespan of that. So yeah, to calculate, I think 80,000 hours, I think you're good to go for over 10 years. And then I think even keeping it on day and night. So should be okay, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this answer. And there is one more technical. How many DALI addresses does human-centric light takes? Do you have this information?
Well, it depends actually on the system, because normally one DALI bus contains 64 addresses. You have to always count one off. So you have to think, okay, I have 63 addresses that I can already put on one DALI bus, and then it's just a connection one next to another. So I think for DALI, you can go endlessly. I guess if you do offices of, say, 50 floors, yeah.
This is one DALI luminaire, which is for human-centric light. So is it one DALI address, 2, 3, 4? How many are you?
That I will have to check, because I think normally you have your double engine. But I think as to the driver that is inside, sometimes you have 2 drivers and sometimes you have only 1. So it depends a bit on the type of luminaire. But if you want, I can for sure check. No worries.
Okay, thank you for that. So thank you for the presentation, thank you for the answers, and again, au votre santé. See you next time, and thank you for the presentation. So now we are...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Enjoy your rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, and then thank you. And so we are now going a small technical break, and see you for the next presentation. And welcome back from the break. So to see are you still awake, there is one new poll. What are Cacao New Energy inventors meant for? So please try to find an answer. And do you know what is that? And while you are seeking for the answer, I will briefly introduce you with Cacao. As they are stating, we believe that energy should be clean and sustainable. The product of technology solutions, and at Cacao, new production environmentally friendly, and they are trying to minimize CO2 emissions. And so can we see the poll results? Does anybody know what Cacao is doing? Does anybody at all see the poll? Oh, okay, very nice. Oh, everybody knows. Perfectly. So, Mamu, are you there? Do you hear me?
I am there. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. I can hear you as well. Hi. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I hope that also you are fine. And so now the floor is yours. So please start your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased to join you in this exercise, and I'm here to present Cacao and yes, what we do as a company. So I hope all of you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Wonderful. So I will jump in straight away. Maybe a very short about myself. I have been working for Cacao a period of 3.5 years now, and I'm a technical sales engineer. I support the entire Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, and the African market with all PV and storage products belonging to Cacao. So what I intend to do here is to tell you a little bit about Cacao. I see that many of you have already answered the question, what we do. So it tells me that you already have an idea, but nonetheless, I want to introduce Cacao afresh to you, and we will look at some our portfolio and some references, and then we try to see how best to select Cacao product for your project, your PV project. And I also want to introduce or talk a little bit about the zero feeding solution, which is in some countries very essential, especially if you are not allowed to feed any power to the grid. Also to tell you a little bit about services and also what you will expect from Cacao in the near future, and some testimonies people think about Cacao. So let's dive in. Let's talk about Cacao. Yes, our passion is on power. We turn passion into power, and this is far back, more than 20 years ago. Our products and services are very flexible and as well efficient. Our goal is to have a world which is of zero emission. And Cacao is a German company based in Germany, and also does its production based on German quality standards. We are CO2 neutral company. In other words, even our own consumption is through our production. So we do not more or less consume from, so to speak, any dirty way, so to speak, of producing power. We produce our own power using our products and to supply our operations. A little bit about the company's milestone. The company started as an engine seal manufacturer far back in 1914. In 1998, the company then was called Kako Gerätetechnik in German equipment engineering, so to speak. And the focus was more on railways and PV power electronics. In 1999, we produced the first transformerless PV inverter. And like I said, we are a company that followed the CO2 neutral drive. In 2009, the company rebranded itself from being Gerätetechnik in German to Kako New Energy as it is known today. Our production facilities is expanded by 2 highly efficient production sites or production lines here in the company. Like I said, we cover our own electricity needs. And important here also to understand that by 2017, we have shipped up to 10 gigawatts of power, which is equivalent to like 7 nuclear power plants. And in 2019, Kako was bought by Siemens. So as I speak, we are a subsidiary, 100% subsidiary of Siemens. So Kako as it is today is owned by Siemens. We provide 3-phase string inverters. It is important to note the word string inverters, which I guess most of you know, as against central inverters. So our products are more string 3-phase inverters, and we also offer turnkey solutions for PV power plants, which includes transformer stations as well. We will dive deeper into this as I progress. This is a little bit of history, but what you can see here that we lay emphasis on improving our products, especially the efficiency. And this has spanned far back from 2019 up to 2008, again, when we produce the first transformer-based inverter. But this moves on 2009 when thin film technology in terms of the modules begin to come to the market. We provide an equivalent product. Important also here is to see that we also provide what we call grid safe product. And this is nothing other than battery inverters, which are bidirectional. In 2012, here is when maybe feed-in tariff is no more attractive, but however, you can take the power from the grid and store it in batteries. And when need be, you discharge the batteries back to the grid. We also provide, like I said before, solutions for solar parks. In 2015, we fade out the power door. As you see here, most of these products here are power door. So all the power door inverters and battery inverters are now being faded out. So now we have a new brand of product in the name of Blue Planet. So for example, here, we have the Blue Planet 50 kilowatt inverter, which is a very robust product and is used in many solar parks for power purchasing agreements. We do also produce what we call the reactive power only inverter. This is very important to compensate for reactive power in the grid when it is required. We also have, like I said before, the grid safe is more battery inverters. And today, since 2018, we have a new product range with a different switching devices we call the silicon carbide. We also have products that are capable of supporting batteries in the name Hybrid, Blue Planet Hybrid 10. This is a 10 kilowatt product, mostly for residential applications. So here you have the possibility to connect both batteries and PV. I will talk a little bit about this product. This is just a brief introduction about product portfolio. And in the silicon carbide range, we have also products up to 165 kilowatt. I will talk more about this. And also we are producing in this product range also battery inverters. This is a new product here. You see 2021, it came into the market, and this is purely a single phase inverter. So if you have a need for this in your home, it is very light. One person can install it. It is good for residential applications. Most important, I want you to take away from this few presentations that I've made is that we have fade out the power doors, and now we are in the era of the Blue Planets inverters. And what this shows you, we have tremendously decreased the weight of the inverter while increasing the power density. And this thanks to the new switching technologies we have that allows us to maximize the efficiency of the product. This allows us to increase tremendously the efficiency while reducing the losses. Our global footprint, this is far back before even Siemens bought Kako, like I said before. But today you will, because of the presence of Siemens, we are all over in the world. You can find us everywhere. You can make inquiry from every Siemens entity about Kako product. We are also a recognized brand. Here you can see that we are recognized as one of the top brands of inverter manufacturers in Europe. Now let's dig deeper into the product portfolio. This is the new product portfolio I spoke about in a moment, from the single phase inverter, which is more for residential application, to another type of residential product, which are 2 MPPTs, more on this later, and up to a product that you can use in solar parks, and also product that you can use for utility applications. And when I speak of utility applications, these are applications where transformer stations are involved, and we have what we call the virtual central concept for utility-based projects. I spoke about these hybrid products, more about this later on. So now let's start to look at the features of the single phase product. Like I said, it is mostly for residential application. You can install it outdoor. Configuration is very easy through an app. It includes very smart monitoring functionalities that allows you to interact with the inverter. Like I also said, it doesn't take many hands to install it. Only one person. Of course, you can see the weight is just 11 kilogram. You can fix it in your living room because the noise is very low. So you will not have any problem with this device. The residential product also span to from 3 to 10 kilowatt 3-phase inverters to 15 to 20 kilowatt inverters. These inverters can be used for rooftop applications where you have like different orientations. So it gives you the possibility to connect different string lengths into this inverter. It is fast to install and also to commission. It has an inbuilt data logger that allows you to interact with the device and see your production as in your plant. Like I said, the 15 to 20 kilowatts takes 2 strings because of the 2 MPPTs, and you see here it can be asymmetrically loaded. And optionally, you might want to think about protecting your device if you are installing it in a lightning prone area, and therefore the product can also be delivered with DC surge protection on the DC side. And you can also do it on the AC side if it becomes necessary. Here is one such application where it's used in a floating project in Kenya. The 20 kilowatts, 69 kilowatt of product, 3 units were installed in a floating application. For commercial product based line, we do have the 60 kilowatt, but also the 50 kilowatt, and it comes in various versions. For example, the XL version, we do not need any combiner box. You can come with your strings directly onto the inverter, and it's also can be used for solar parks in using the virtual central concept that I talk about with a transformer station. And good thing here is that you can DC overload on the DC side up to 50%. Other versions of this product are available with DC combiner boxes. So if you want to install DC combiner box, you can use, for example, the M version. But if you want to come in directly with your strings without the DC combiner box, which will save you some cost, you can buy the XL version. It's also available. Here is a typical application where we use the XL version, and you can see beneath here where my console is. These are the strings coming directly into the inverter, which means that in this PV pack, there are no DC combiner boxes. We come directly with the string. And this is a typical example here in Germany, up to 6.4 megawatt, 120 units of this inverter is deployed in 2019. Here is a previous product, which we call the power door, but this is no longer in production. But this is just to tell you that the follow-up product of the power door is actually the Blue Planet 50 or Blue Planet 60 kilowatt. And here is the silicon-based product. By the way, let me just inform you that we are one of the pioneers of this switching technology. It is called silicon carbide. It helps us to not only improve the efficiency of the conversion, but also makes the product very robust in terms of temperature performance. And this product is very useful for solar parks, medium-sized solar parks, and also can be used for utility product. And because of the high efficiency, you can see that it's a product that can help you in maximizing your return on investment. Here is a typical application in Norway, where the 92 kilowatt silicon carbide based technology is used in 2019. Another example of the product being used in Switzerland, just for your reference, in 2020. Here is where the 125 kilowatts is also used here in Germany. So the product has been in the market, it has experience, I mean, it's more like well known now. It is, I mean, like the 92 kilowatts, we sold a lot of them in Vietnam in 2020. So for the utility scale products, we have from 110 right to 165, but here you see 110 to 125. The reason being that the voltage level here is 480 volts. So most of the silicon carbide products, they start with 400 volt AC, 480 volt AC, 600 volt, and 660 volt. And they can also be used in the central virtual concepts. All of them are silicon carbide technology with high power density to maximize your return on investment. This is an example where the 12540 unit is deployed in Turkey in 2018. And here is what I actually mean when I talk about a virtual central concept. Here is where you have the inverters being installed very close to the transformer station. That means, just for your information, this product is a single MPPT product. It's not a multiple MPPT product, and it has its own unique advantages. And especially when we talk about solar parks or power plants that connect to the grid via transformer, with this kind of construction, you can save a lot of cost. Yeah, if you are thinking of building or going through the tender process of connecting a solar power plant to the grid, here we can really be of help. We can help you size the system. We can give you all the calculation you need to justify your investment. And also to prove to you that the virtual central concept with a single MPPT configuration is more cost effective in compared to a multiple MPPT product for the same application. Here is an example where it is used in Turkey with 125, it's 8 units in 2020. Having said that, I want to introduce to you another product which is called the RPO. I mentioned it before, reactive power. In some cases, you will be required, depending if you have an PPA, to fulfill also reactive power. One of the options is to run the PV inverters at, I don't know, 0.8 or 0.7 power factor to also participate in the delivering of reactive power. But this, in my opinion, will be an inefficient way of using the PV inverter, and this may even lower your return on investment. But alternatively, you can run your PV inverters at a power factor of 1 and solve any reactive power problem with this product. So it is very good, AC coupled, extremely compact, highly dynamic, very flexible in terms of reactive power in terms of the power factor configuration. And this product is also being used intensively. For example, in the UK, we have this product being used to fulfill reactive power need rather than using the PV inverters. Here's an example where it is used here in Germany, installed in 2017. Now let me take you to the hybrid product, which is a 10 kilowatt product. This is a product which is also able to operate in an what we call emergency mode. That means even in an off-grid. So you can use this as a grid-tied inverter, where your PV is also connected, and you can use your PV to charge your batteries, but during the night, you can also use the AC to charge the batteries. And peradventure, if the AC is not there, the inverter has the potential to then switch into an emergency mode where it will then supply the facility with power using the batteries. It's a 2 MPPT product, over 98% efficiency. It has an integrated energy management system to communicate with the battery management system. And I must say here, this product is qualified to use 2 batteries, one of which is BYD. And then we do have another second battery we call Domos. So if you are interested in this product, we can provide you with the information regarding these compatible batteries. Here is an application where it is deployed in Germany. Also, in our product portfolio, we do have, I hope by now you remember the term grid safe. And when I talk about grid safe, I'm talking about battery inverters. These are grid-tied battery inverters. These are products that do not connect to PV. They do not have MPPTs for PV application. They only have battery connections. These products are used for energy storage solutions. We as CACO only produce the inverter and not the complete energy storage solutions. Just for, if you don't know, an energy storage solution includes not only the battery inverter, but also the batteries and the battery management system, plus the energy management system. This is what constitutes an energy storage solution. And CACO provide, so to speak, the main part, which is the battery inverter. So it comes in two forms, a 50 kilowatt and also a 92 kilowatt. The 92 kilowatts is part of the silicon carbide family of products, high efficiency, outdoor IP66, and it is bi-directional. By this, I mean, you can also use the AC to charge the batteries. Important, it is scalable in the sense that you can connect a number of these inverters to one battery bank. The communication protocol here is on spec TCP. And the importance of this is that you should have an energy management system that do understand this protocol to be able to interact with this inverter. Here is a 50 kilowatt, is more or less the same architecture, but with a lesser power. So if you are thinking of developing an energy storage solution, then we have the right product to provide for you. And we can support you through the integration process so that you can be able to develop a complete package of energy storage solution. This product is applied in a more microgrid fashion in Vienna, in Siemens campus. Here you have PV, you have storage, and you have e-mobility all in one, and on top of it, you have a microcontroller. Here is also in Germany where the 50 kilowatt battery inverter, remember the term grid safe, is also deployed. So that is a brief overview of our product portfolio. I think by now you know that we do support residential applications or residential products. We also support commercial, small scale, but also large commercial products, PV inverters, but also battery inverters was provided. So the question arises then, how do I select the right product for my application, be it residential, commercial, or utility scale? And now I want to take you through a very quick sizing tool, a system sizing tool that allows you to select the right product for your application. In our website, you will find the PV designer system. With this system, you are able to actually carry out a sizing of the system and select the right product that you have. It is available through this comb symbol. Once you click it, you will be taken to the platform where you can do your system sizing. And here, just click. I would have loved to show you directly, but again, you can follow through the presentation. And if you have any question in the use of this product, I'm always here. Also, I think my sales colleagues are also around. You can contact them and they will help you out in the use of this tool. So it's very simple. Just click this and you can define your product, a new project, so to speak. You can give it a name, give your product a name, or start a new one. And after finish one, you can also select your address, coordinates, depending on what you want, or location. Here is the dialog. You can choose the address, put in the details. You click search, you will be defined in the Google map. You can choose to select a load profile if you have one, or if you don't have, you can choose not to select. All is selectable in this dialog. And once you are there, the next thing is to select the module type that you use. And if it is not available, you can also give access to older modules in the database by just clicking on this tick box here. So then you'll be able to select your modules. You can define then your module area. You can define the inclination. You can define the orientation. All this is possible. And some project-related information like Adobe, soil eloisis, shading, and everything, mounting type, you can select. Very easy and interactive. Then you have the possibility to select the inverter if you have a particular inverter in mind, or you can leave it all. So the program will then select for you which inverter is more suitable for the configurations that you have defined. Remember, you have selected the orientation, you have selected the module, you have defined the inclination and all of this. And now is to select the type of inverter that you want to use. And if you do not know, you can leave it at all. And the temperature you can define, and after which you just need to click this button here, find suitable system configuration. And the system will then come up with different type of configuration here. For example, here in this exercise, how many invert? Two inverters are selected. For example, one Blue Planet 100 kilowatts or 19 Blue Planet 5 kilowatts. So these are selected. And if this is not good enough for you, you want to play around with the configuration, then you just have to click here, manual. So by manual means that you will then provide your own configuration for the system. Otherwise, the system, you can click one of these, accept one of these, and there you go. So assuming you do not select one of these, you decided to go manual, then you have the possibility to then define the string configuration here. So you can adjust the number of PV to the number of connected PV module through this icon here. And once you do everything, you can then view to see if the configuration is good enough by clicking this tick button here, and this will then be displayed. So here you see that you are all within the green areas of the various parameters telling you that everything is looking good, your selection was good, or your system sizing was perfect. And if not, you will get some warnings which tells you that something is not right. If everything is fine, you can just click simulate my PV system. And this will then come up with results which looks like this, giving you your consumption. If you defined a load profile, giving you your energy yield, putting it in a more presentable form where you can even see your performance ratio, your specific energy yield, your annual PV yield, everything. At the end, if you want to generate a report, you will be able to then create a report in PDF. If this application is more or less based on PVSol, and if you don't have PVSol or you do not need to have it, you can only download for us the file if you want us to check, and then you can send it to me if you have any question, and then I can easily load this file into PVSol and check the configuration and then advise you accordingly. Zero feeding solution. Like I said, a zero feeding solution is mostly the solution where you are not allowed to put power into the grid. And this required some other hardware to be provided. And here is a configuration of how the zero feeding looks like and the type of hardware that you will need. Most importantly, we support zero feeding through the data logger here, which we call the blue log, which is a control type. And then you need to have an energy meter which comes in various type. And here is the inverter. With the data logger, you can even have irradiation sensors and pyranometers for irradiance measurement, all connected. So you have visibility of what your production will look like based on this measurement. So for a typical application, you will need one of these energy meters plus the data logger. This is based on Ethernet connection, but also we support the same similar configuration with RS485. And all our inverters support Ethernet communication or Modbus TCP over Ethernet communication, as well as RS485 communication. So with this, you are able to dynamically regulate the power output of the inverter to meet the demand of the load without the need to feed any power to the grid, so that you will not be penalized if it is not allowed. You can even also support string monitoring if the need be through the combiner boxes. A little bit about service. Kako New Energies offer all service needed to safeguard your PV investment through its entire life cycle. We support implant design, including string sizing and cabling plan. We support commissioning for on-site or even remotely. And we have a tailor-made service concept or agreement that we do offer. For example, if you have a big solar farm and you want to maintain it for yourself, we can offer you what we call the self-maintainer service concept. On the other hand, if you want to become a service partner, which means you have the capability in terms of manpower to go out, I don't know, across Europe or anywhere where it deems necessary, we can then give you what we a service training concept, which we call service partner. And this gives you the flexibility to know more about the product and to be able to service it not only in your own plant, but in other plants. What this takes is that it takes 3 steps for services. One, you have to notify Kako of anything wrong, and you can log into this platform, or you can request initial registration through this interface. This is an interface in our webpage. You can go to our webpage, you can see service, and then you can log in whatever issue that you are facing with your product in the field. Peradventure, there are some warranty claims. We can also swap the inverters, and that is why it's more easier with string inverters to be easily swapped for any warranty claim. So you can also do that with Kako. So here is completely how the process by which such claims are fulfilled. I would like then to tell you what you should be expecting in the coming month, especially in Intersolar, as Intersolar is around. In the beginning, I told you about our product portfolio, most of them for residential applications. All of them are 3-phase product. But in the coming Intersolar, which is May 11 to May 13, I would like to, at this point, even invite you formally to attend and visit our booth, because we will be rolling out new product ranges. We will be coming up with 3 to 5 2 MPPTs, but also 3 MPPTs, 6 MPPTs, and 8 MPPT products. So I'm looking forward to see you, to engage with you in discussing these products and what they really mean for your solar projects. A little bit about testimonies. Yeah, we have been in the field, like you can imagine. from far back 1999 when we produced the first transformerless inverter up to today. And I've told you that before 2017, we have up to or more than 10 gigawatt of power of solar inverters out there in the field, equivalent to 7 nuclear power plants. And as of today, 2022, we are far exceed that product. So we are more or less a household name in the world globally. We are known not only in Europe, but outside Europe, in America, we have so many. And yeah, there are so many things that have been said about us and the performance of our products, especially with the central virtual concept. There you can really enhance your return on investment very, very quick because of the savings in that product, in that system. So at this point, I would like to stop and be willing to answer to your question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mahmoud. It was really a lot of information to process. So do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, so there is one question. You mentioned the single phase inverters are easy to configure by app. Is it possible to use also on three-phase inverters the app, or this is only for single phase?
This is for single phase. Like I said, yes, it's configurable by app. The single phase inverter is configurable by app via Wi-Fi. There's a Wi-Fi stick you can plug into the inverter and then hook up with the app.
What about three-phase? What about three-phase inverter? Can
yes,
we
the three-phase is also.
This? So can this be configured by app, the three-phase converter, or there you need some special tools and NPC?
Yes, with the three-phase as they are now, right now, we don't have an app for them. What we have is a monitoring platform, which is an app also that you can view your production. That is the current product range. But like the future project range, like I told you in Intersolar, they will also be configurable by an app.
Okay, so then when we visit the Intersolar, then we can see also the three-phase configured by the app. Is that right? Okay,
yes.
Perfect. And I have one more question. Do you know how many gigawatts you have in Germany in installations? Have you got such numbers?
I think spontaneously I cannot give you the, but I will provide you an answer for that. We have a lot of installations in Germany. We are a German-based company. So yes, I can give you the exact figure, which is sorry for that. It is not in my head, but I can provide you the answers, yes.
Okay. And then
but we have a lot of installations here in Germany, yes. Sorry.
Okay, and then I have one more question. Maybe you can briefly introduce what could be your vision to 2030. How do you see this world in 10 years?
Oh, I think it's not a secret that the drive to reduce CO2 pollution is increasing. We are seeing a lot of solar PV, even where diesels are applied. It's the job is to minimize the use of diesels, and this means that storage as well as PV is really coming into the energy mix. So there is a huge potential in the coming years. I believe the time is now to engage in this drive. So we as a company, we are here to support, and we are rolling out new products because we see a clear vision scenario of the future, but that storage and PV is the future. And we as a company, Kako, we are doing our part to make sure that we provide the right product that is needed for that drive.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more question from my side. How do you feel about the component shortage which we can see in the markets? A lot of companies are struggling with that. How does this affect you?
That's a good question. Yes, it is true that supply chain is greatly affected today, but I think Kako is managing everything very good. So our our lead time of delivering it's not more than 3 weeks, or let me say between 3 and 5 weeks you will have your product, and this is just because of internal sales activities. At least we can produce inverters within 1 week. So yeah, Siemens is a global player that knows the game, and we are getting our materials to produce our inverters. So we are managing the crisis very well, and I can really assure you that if you need an inverter now, in the next week or so, you will get it from us. So we are well prepared, and we are doing our best to deliver on time.
Perfect. Thank you for this information. And then we have a question from the audience. Can you please explain a little bit more about single and multiple MPPTs? As you mentioned in your presentation that there are advantages, can you just explain more because audience is asking?
Yeah, this is a very good. We do carry out a study on multiple MPPT as a single MPPT, and if you go through our website, you will find the information there. It's downloadable, it's for free. You can inform yourself very well. But yeah, it is an industrial standard in which manufacturers do argue as to which one is much more suitable. But let me make it very plain and simple for you. It depends on the installation that you're talking about. For example, if you talk about ground-mounted installations, yeah, this is just going to be fixed. It's going to be fixed, and there is no variability in terms of orientation, except if you are using a motorized tracking system, then you can track the movement of the sun. But even at that, we say for ground-mounted installations, multiple MPPT does not give you any competitive advantage as compared to single MPPT. And that's why we come up with a central virtual concept. Yeah, just to tell you that with the single MPPT that Kako offers, you have a greater leverage in terms of return on investment, in terms of performance of the system when you go with single MPPT. Having said that, I think if you have a rooftop application with different orientation, maybe you are more better off if you go with multiple MPPTs. But I will also add that even in that environment, the advantage with multiple MPPT is when you have what we call heterogeneous string configuration. But if you have a string configuration which is more homogeneous, same string length, the advantage of multiple MPPT is not, I think it's like 0.1%. Yeah. So here we see also, even where you have different orientation, and the advantage of multiple MPPT as compared to single MPPT is not great. Like I said, it's like 0.1 or 0.5%. But when you talk about ground-mounted installation, where there is no variability in orientation, multiple MPPT does not have any advantage over single MPPTs. This we have proven. You have the study in our website. Please download it, read it, and if you have any question, let me know. And I can categorically tell you, if you combine this with a virtual central concept from Kako, you have much more advantage as compared to multiple MPPTs.
Okay, thank you for this explanation. And we have one live question from the audience. So Edgars, can you please ask your question?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fine. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful. I have a question about the after-sales service. How can you provide it, and how it's steps, how we get it?
Thank you for this question. Very interesting. After sales, okay. Like I started. Okay, first of all, now after sales, you read is indeed it's service, and I have given you what is possible from a service point of view through the presentation. The internet link is there, and once you log in a problem, you will get a ticket number, and with that ticket number, you can follow how your case is being handled. Alternatively, like the region you are in, I am the technical sales lead that do support customers with technical question, either pre-sale or after sale. So if you log in a case of an inverter error or configuration error or whatever you are facing in the internet, service will try to help you. But for me, what is more important is to have that ticket number. So always log in your service case in the internet, get a ticket number, and wait for a couple of hours or so. You will get all the input regarding your service case. And peradventure, it is not coming at the instant you need it. With that ticket number, if you provide it for me as a technical sales lead for the region, I will be able to follow up internally to know what is happening with your case.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And then we have one more written question, and this is about Blue Planet Hybrid 10. What is the expected working time at max load? Do you know approximately?
Well, expected working time at max load. I do not know what it means, but we have to here look at in which operation mode you are talking about. Is it off-grid mode or is it on-grid mode? But if it's off-grid mode, it depends on the state of charge of the battery. It depends on the battery entirely.
But if it's fully charged, if it's fully charged.
If it's fully charged, it depends on the load again, because it depends on how much load is connected. I mean, if you are discharging it, if you have more load connected, obviously it's like you are driving very fast for a longer distance, you consume more fuel, and therefore you cover short distance. I think it's the same thing with the batteries. If you have more load connected, and then you can discharge it very, very fast, and the operation time will not be long.
Okay. Okay, thank you for this. Do we have any more audience questions? Okay. Yep. Okay. And then one more question about the differences between regions. For example, we are more in the north region, and I know that there are some parks also in Sweden, Norway. What are the differences from, for example, Germany, Baltics, and then Scandinavian by efficiency of the parks and then solar?
Wow. I do not see differences because the product has a specific efficiency.
Because there are big differences in temperatures, for example, because in Scandinavia and also in Baltics, in wintertime it's pretty cold. So does the efficiency drop down on that, or it's not?
Well, it depends on your system configuration. It depends on how you size your system. Temperature is a big factor, of course. This impacts the voltage range, and the inverter is doing its best to operate the modules at the maximum power point. And the inverter is really efficient even at low power range, and more efficient at low power range. So in that sense, the efficiency is only a question of the voltage, but also the power being drawn from the inverter. So this might be the case for different regions, for hotter regions and cooler regions, but the inverter is able to operate within minus 25 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees Celsius. So it's not a problem from the inverter point of view, but your string configuration must be taken into consideration when it comes to temperatures, yes.
But then again, in Scandinavian countries and also in Baltics, the inclination of sun is a bit different, and so this can affect. What are the averages, the differences between summer, winter in the regions?
So what we do is that wherever the project is, we do a system sizing using PVC, and here we get all the data, and based on the data, you will get the appropriate inverter performance then.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have one more question from the audience. You told that hybrid inverters support 2 battery producers. Could you please repeat which one?
Yes, so the hybrid inverter supports is pre-qualified for 2 batteries, and one of which is BYD, and the second one is called Domos.
Okay, thank
Domos,
you for...
Domos is a battery product from Energy Depot, and if you look at my the hybrid 10 product was actually a product Kako inherited as a result of buying the company called Energy Depot. So they do still have, Energy Depot exists, and they do still have a battery called Domos that was pre-qualified for the inverter already. So as of today, you can either go with Domos, which is still being provided by this company called Energy Depot, or you can go with BYD HVM and HVS batteries.
Okay, thank you for this answer. And one more question is about the battery lifetime. What is the expected lifetime of a battery if it's well treated and maintained?
Again, this is a manufacturer specific with a lot of strings attached there. Kako, that's the reason where we do not provide the battery. We only pre-qualify the battery, so you can actually get the battery from the manufacturer vis-a-vis BYD, and there you will then have all the operating conditions to qualify the battery lifetime. But I think roughly it is between, I think 10 years or between 5 and 10 years. Again, it depends on operating conditions. So the manufacturer of the battery is the most appropriate one to tell you what is the expected lifetime for the batteries. And I'll say it depends on use, and it depends on other operating conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. So do we have anything from the audience now? No, we don't see any audience questions now. Concerning the maintenance issues, how do you see how often there should be any maintenance works? Is it, I don't know, half a year, each year doing something at the devices, or seeing once per 5 years? What do you see from the experience?
A very good question. I think my experience is that we do not have too much service cases in worst cases, and this is depending on whether the installation procedures are followed appropriately, whether the one doing the installation is really inclined in terms of what he's doing. We do not, most cases, depending again on installation location, maybe SPD can have a problem, and this is why we offered our SPDs source protection on the DC side, on the AC side, are really removable. So if anything happens to the SPD as a result of lightning strike or whatever, it is really easy to change it. It's easy to remove it and put it. So, but from the inner electronics itself, we do not get too much of service cases. And we have this inverter installed in Turkey, in Middle East, and it's just here it's more, the presentation is more on information and not more on the technical aspect. But if we go deep into the technical aspect, we can tell you much about, for example, the heat distribution within the inverter, the cooling architecture, how it is set, and all of this stuff. So everything is built in such a way that the inverter itself is robust and with less service cases. But I do accept the fact that yes, things like surge arrestors might have a problem depending on the installation location, and that's why our philosophy is so that these do not form an integral part. so to speak, with the DSP board. There is an holder, and this holder is integrated in the DSP board, but the holder is just for the SPD, and then you can always remove the SPD when something goes wrong with it and replace it.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And we have one more question from the audience. What is the standard warranty period for the devices?
Another good question. Standard warranty conditions are available in our internet. It's also available for download, but just for your information, our standard warranty is 5 years. But we do also offer what we call warranty extensions +5. So that means it comes with 5 years, and if you need another 5 years, then you can have 10, you can have 15, you can have 20. But more detail about what that warranty condition means, you can also get the warranty condition document in our internet homepage. But the standard is 5 years.
Okay, thank you for that. So, is there any other questions? No, it seems that audience is quiet for now. And then how do you see for those warranty periods that the most cases this is surge protection or some other things? What is happening with the device? How it feels in the field?
Yeah, and really this is more service cases, but as far as my information goes and my understanding of the product, I have not experienced warranty claims, so which means the product performing as expected in the field. Yeah, there could be one or two possibilities. I cannot say we are immune to any failure in the field, but the product has really, for example, I know like the Blue Planet 50 kilowatt is one of the robust products we have with robustness in terms of temperature performance, robustness in terms of when you equipped it with surge arrestors, that nothing happens to it very easily, never had any complaints with respect to the performance of that product. Also for the residential product, the 3 to 10 kilowatts, the 15 to 20 kilowatt, these products indeed have stood the test of time in the field. Yeah, okay. So I really cannot tell you that there has been a lot of warranty claims with respect to those products. And even the new silicon carbide product, they are also performing very well in the field.
Okay. And what about electromagnetic resistance? Because we are seeing from time to time those electromagnetic waves coming on, and so don't you see any disturbances by that?
We do fulfill all the standards for EMC. It's not a problem. And we, not as a company tested, as a third party tested. We have various certification bodies. We have the certificate that our products fulfill all EMC problems. So all EMC issues, so to speak. So we do not, I can tell you categorically, our product do qualify. Where there is an EMC problem, we will definitely not allow the inverter to be installed in such an environment, because we think that the product will not fulfill. But like I tell you, the product is certified and meeting all the requirements for EMCs.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more question from the audience. Have you got any like Siemens product packages where you are packing everything from Siemens? So, and any solutions with different systems for, I don't know, building automation or other systems?
Yeah. So one of the things we do in my department is more on applications, and we are in the advent of smart homes and things like it, and we are developing concepts like a product bundle, for example, for EV charging, for example. Yeah, we are developing a product bundle where we have the inverter, the control, and EV charging station from Siemens. Okay, so we have that as one end. And when you think about transformer stations, also from the low voltage to the transformer to the medium voltage. Everything can also be supplied with Siemens equipment, not necessarily Siemens providing it. Of course, we have a department within Siemens that handle a grid connected PV plants, so they can talk to you regarding the complete solution from not only the PV inverters and the combiner boxes, but also the complete transformer station can also be provided using Siemens equipment. So
Okay,
yes,
and
within
concerning
Siemens.
those, yeah, those EV chargers, because this is coming more and more popular and the case. So have you got already some EV chargers somewhere installed together with?
Yes, this I know that we have. Siemens is a big family, and EV chargers are being produced as we speak. And yeah, there are installations. I think just by the back of my office here, we have I think about 4 Siemens chargers installed. So yes, they are in the field being installed. Yes.
Okay, okay, perfect. So do we have any other questions from the audience? No, the audience is silent now. And how do you see in Germany the EV development at all? Do you see that there are much more EVs or not?
Yes, it is growing rapidly. My office and even the how do you call it, the fuel stations along the highways, the shopping centers, yeah,
Okay.
they are deploying it. So it is being
Okay.
deployed as we speak.
And you are also driving an EV or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
but
yet.
then you would have a good case to have a charger during daytime at your office.
Yeah, exactly. So it's right in my office. But yeah, with the company, for example, we have an EV, an hybrid car, which is a company car, and we have the charging station for it. So yes, not too far from now, I will have one.
Of course, you never know how it develops. So do we have
Yes,
any other
exactly.
questions from the audience now? No? Okay, the audience seems to be quiet. I have also run out of my questions. Maybe there is something that you would like to add more in your story or from your experience?
All I can add from my story, I will only hope that the MPPT issue is something you can dig deeper and try to understand, especially if you are doing PV farm or PV power station to be connected to the medium voltage level. I'm still talking about why single MPPT with our virtual central concept make more sense than going with multiple MPPT products. And just I will show you probably one.
Do you have a slide to show?
Yes, but I want to show you more of
While we are waiting, maybe the audience, if somebody has any questions. Yes, please. We are really looking forward to any of your questions while Mahmoud is seeking for the right thing to show. So, are you ready?
Can you see my screen?
No, we do not see your screen. Just push on the share so that we.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now it is.
Yeah, so here I just show you an example of where a calculation is done for your example to see that with the single MPPT with virtual central concept, the savings that you can do. If you look here, I'm talking about virtual central versus decentralized economic calculations. It's more like a cost calculations that gives you a sense about in ground-mounted installation with single MPPT as against multiple MPPT, what you stand to gain or this cost savings that you will make. Yeah. So here we'll compare a Kako product and a competitor product at these power classes. And here we tell you that with the Kako product, because it is a single MPPT product, you will need a combiner boxes. You will need combiner boxes to gather the strings. Yeah. And the thing is, like I showed you in my presentation, this possibility with combiner boxes being in the field, you are then able to mount the inverters closer to the transformer station and then move with DC cable from the combiner boxes in the field to the transformer station, So you go with DC. In comparison with competitors, they have multiple MPPT. They do not have need for combiner box. They install their inverters in the field, but then move with AC cables from the field to the transformer station. So here we do a cost calculation, and yet still, in terms of energy yield, we are better off with Kako configuration. And in terms of the present value, this is what it means. And in terms of CAPEX inverter configuration, this is what it means. So here, if you look at the total cost, it is more expensive, multiple MPPTs without DC combiner boxes as compared with Kako, single MPPT with DC combiner boxes. You see the cost difference. So if you combine all of this, you have a better cost saving with our virtual central concept as compared to where you will use a competitor product with multiple MPPTs. So we are saying even with single MPPT ground-mounted installation, you save more money as compared to when you go with multiple MPPTs. I don't know if this makes sense to somebody, but this is clear cost savings with the virtual central concept that we offer you for PV power plants.
Well, I think this answer to the question, it was really very visible and understandable, and the answer was in euros. You are just saving euros, because to go with long AC cables, it's not wise.
Correct. That's the point. Yeah. So you go, but also the energy yield of the inverters, also the losses. Again, it's all boiled down to this. Yeah. Longer cables, AC cables, more cost intense, and there are losses in terms of the end of the energy. I mean, the amount of power you transport and put at the inverter location.
Okay.
I mean, at the transformer location, sorry.
Yeah. For me, this is understandable. I hope that also the audience understands that don't make long AC cables, as that there are losses there. And if you are doing, well, a home installation on your top of roof, maybe it's not a big case, but if it's a PV farm, then it could be really huge losses in that. I think so.
Right.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? No, nobody is asking. So thank you very much, Mahmoud, for your presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
If there are always questions, I'm willing to answer any questions at any time.
If there will be any questions, so please write to us or in the chat box or to our emails, and we will answer to you as soon as we will receive the questions and you will receive the answers. But now, when we have finished the presentation from Kaku, then we can move forward, and there is one more quite important case, and this is lunchtime. So as Mahmoud was very quick in the presentation, you will have a bit more for the lunchtime, and we will have the lunch break until 12 o'clock, and then we will start with the Lucidus case study. So grab your lunch and get ready. See you after your lunch. And welcome back in our studio after the lunch break. I hope that you have a good meal, and after the break we have a special case study from Lucidus. So please pay attention and see more about Monument of Freedom in Riga. Please the study. Katrai tautai ir kāds simbols, kas nozīmē vairāk kā tikai piemineklis. Latviešiem tāds ir brīvības piemineklis. Pagājušā gada nogalē es beidzot sagaidīju savu izgaismošanu. Tas nesa līdzi arī vairākus izaicinājumus, kā nodrošināt infrastruktūru apkārt. Saskaņā ar arhitekta Austra Mailīša koncepciju apgaismojums nedrīkstēja izjaukt pieminekļa ansamblu. Tas bija viens no galvenajiem sarežģījumiem un arī uzdevumiem. Māri, pastāsti, kas ir mainījies pēc šīs izbūves, ko mēs šeit esam ieguvuši?
Saskaņā ar šo te konceptu vajadzēja pēc iespējas mazāk izjaukt ainavu ar pieminekli. Ja ar apgaismojumu stabiem to ir salīdzinoši viegli panākt, tad daudz neglītāks priekšmets ir sadalnes, kurās ir novietot gaismetļiem nepieciešama automātika, kā arī dažādi pieslēgumi, kas ir nepieciešami pasākumu organizatoriem, lai varētu pieslēgties un mainīt, teiksim, apgaismojumu režīmus. Projektētājs šajā projektā ieteica izmantot pazemes risinājumu, kas arhitektam ļoti patika. Šie risinājumi it kā vizuāli ir ļoti skaisti, nepamanāmi, labi iedarās pilsētvidē, bet šeit ir vairākas tehniskas nianses, jo zemē iebūvēti produktiem ir drusku citi standarti, citas prasības kā virs zemes stāvošana. Šeit ir 8 pieslēguma punkti. Katrā punktā ir 2 atsevišķas sadalnes. Vienā sadalnē ir visa gaismetļiem nepieciešamā automātika, un blakus ir nedaudz mazāka sadalne ar ātro piekļuvi, kas ir paredzēta tieši operatīvi, lai, teiksim, pasākumu organizētājs varētu ātri pieslēgties un veikt kaut kādas darbības ar datoru, lai mainītu apgaismojumu vadību. Ņemot vērā to, ka īsti nevienam nav pieredzes ar šādu veidu produktu montāžu, cik sarežģīti bija to realizēt dabā?
Priekš mums tas arī bija pirmā pieredze strādājot ar tāda veida sadalnēm, jā, un pašiem bija interesanti viņu montēt, un tāda tik interesanta un tik īsa projekta piedalīties. Man patīk, ka strādā iekšā salīdzinoši sausi, nekur ūdens nelien iekšā un nesum ārā tas sadalnes arī.
Saki, ar ko kopā mēs īstenojām šo projektu?
Tas tika realizēts kopā ar pazemes korpusu ražotāju Inotehnika no Gdiņas, no Polijas. Sadaļņu daļu realizēja mūsu pašu ražotne, Lucidus. Savukārt montāžu uz vietas veica aģentūra Rīgas gaisma.
Paldies! Par šo viss ir skaidrs, bet par sadalnēm precīzāk mūsu nākamajā sižetā.
Sveiki! Mani sauc Taņa, un es pārstāvu Lucidus elektrosadaļu ražošanas nodaļu. Tūlīt nepilnās 2 minūtēs apskatīsim elektrosadaļu projekta realizācijas ciklu. Visi mūsu elektrosadaļu projekti sākas šeit, ar cenu piedāvājumu sagatavošanu atbilstoši katra projekta specifikai. Pirms sadaļu ražošanas uzsākšanas mēs izstrādājam tehnisko risinājumu, vizualizāciju un sadaļu montāžas projektu. Sadaļu izbūve ir komandas darbs. Katrs no mums atbild par konkrēta procesa daļu, kas kopā veido ideālu rezultātu. Šis ir mūsu ražošanas cehs. Šeit mēs izgatavojam un komplektējam apgaismojuma, vadības, automatizācijas un spēka sadalnes. Izgatavojam elektrosadalnes rūpnieciskiem un civilajiem objektiem, kā arī sabiedriskā un privātā sektora lietošanai. Pēc izgatavošanas sadalnes tiek testētas un marķētas ar CE marķējumu, kā arī klientam tiek izdotas atbilstības deklarācijas. Nepieciešamības gadījumā izgatavojam sadalnes atbilstoši citu pasaules reģionu normatīvajām prasībām. Šīs sadalnes vedīsim uz Rīgas sirdi. Tās palīdzēs izgaismot brīvības pieminekli. Tagad sadalne ir gatava ceļam.
And now, when we have see something about Inotehnika, there is a poll question. Where the company Inotehnika is located in Poland? So please try to answer or guess, or maybe you know, or Google search. There are options. And most of you are saying that Inotechnica is from Gdyń. So, can you confirm? Sorry, do we have a connection with Inotechnica already? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. So, is it true? Are you in Gdyń?
Yeah, it's true. We are in Gdynia, not the
Gdynia.
Gdynia. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So the floor is yours. We saw already something which is already installed in Riga. So please tell us more.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kamil Walawski. I'm a technical manager, and today I will present company named Inotechnica. And first of all, I want to thank you very much to the Lucidus for the opportunity that we got today for present Inotechnica as a company and our products. So, our program for today's presentation. I will start with the company introduction. Then I want to talk a little bit about a polypid material. After that, I will focus on our main products, such as teletechnical segmented composite chambers, underground power switchboards, and chambers with an elevator mechanism. And at the end, I will talk about cable channels and the pipe seals. So, Inotechnica was founded in 2008, and we are a company from Poland. Our headquarters is located in the northern Poland in the seaside town of Gdynia, not Gdynia, it's Gdynia. And our products are solutions based on ecological, fully recyclable polymer plastics. And due to the dynamic development of the industry, we as companies and we as people need more and more innovative solutions. That's why Inotechnica is working on expanding the use of the plastic composites in energy, telecommunication, and the water supply constructions. Our design and technical department is cooperating with our clients to develop optimal solutions in terms of technical and economic aspects. Our mission is to provide innovative ecological product ideally suited to the client's needs. We care about the introducing construction products to the market in the line with the idea of sustainable development. Our solutions have been used not only in our Polish market, but also foreign market. We have established a cooperation with the clients from Germany, Latvia, Ireland, Sweden, Romania, and Slovakia. So what is a polypid? Polypid is a material that we use to manufacture our segmented teletechnical chambers and cable channels. Polypid is a composite that is 100% obtained in a recycled process. It's a mix of polyethylene, polypropylene, and polycarbonate. The development of the industry requires innovation, especially as natural resources are being run out, especially wood. Due to the very good price-quality ratio, the polypid material is more and more a substitute for other materials such as wood, metal, concrete, and other composites. Our products made of the material have already received a positive feedback from designers and contractors, offering the users a number of benefits. And now I wanna talk you about the main advantages of the polypid material, and it's a high material durability. It can be used all year around. The lightweight installation without the use of heavy equipment, quick install, easy to process, easy machining such as drilling, cutting, mounting with screws. The minor modification can be made on the site. It's economical material. It's long life service up to 50 years in the ground. It's resistant to the ultraviolet light. It's no maintenance required, no maintenance cost. It's an ideal construction material for the production of durable profiles and prefabricated elements. And the first product I want to talk you about is the telecommunication segmented composite chambers. There are an excellent offer for the company from the telecommunication, energy, water supply, and sewage sectors. The composite chambers are an innovative, unique, and patented 100% recycling system made of polypid material. To our knowledge, in Europe, we are the only producer of the plastic chambers in the F900 load class that do not require concrete. We produce chambers with the standard dimension that are equivalent to the concrete chambers and with dimension according to the customer's needs. As you can see on the left picture, we are using the two widths of our beams, the 75 millimeter, which is used for the chamber of the load class A15, B125, D400, and the smaller chambers of the F900, and the 125 millimeter profile is used for the medium and the big sizes of the F100 of F900 chambers. The height is always 75 millimeters, and we got the endurance tests for our chambers, in which the chamber body passed a load test of 160 tons, and it's almost 2 times more than the highest load specified in the European standard. The highest load is in the airports and is the class F900, and the number 900 say that it's a load of the 900 kilonewtons, so the 90 tons, and our body got tested for the 160. We are able to make chambers of any size, in which external dimensions are starting from the 410 millimeters up to 2.3 meters, and the heights of the chambers can be up to 3, 4, 5 meters. Thanks to the special patented by Inotechnica shape of our beams, there is no possibility to dislocate it in any direction. On the right side, you can see a picture of typical chamber, which contains a bottom of the chamber with it's a 25 millimeter polypid plate. The chamber body, it's made of the segments. This is the one segment of the polypid material that is 75 millimeter high, as you can see here. And on the top, we've got the frame with the leveling system and the cover. Now, I want to tell you about a simple installation of our segmented chambers. And first, we as Inotechnica recommend to prepare all the elements of installation and build up the chamber on the ground, not underground, but on the ground, and marks the places for the holes. Then drill the holes on the construction side by using a drill course with a target dimension. Next step is to start installing the chamber underground, starting from the bottom to the top, and then insert the pipes into holes. Last stage is to montage a frame and the covers. And as you can see on the third picture right here, there is absolutely no problem for one person to install the whole small and medium-sized chambers, because the weight of the one segment is between 5 to 15 kilograms. and the chambers can have the different types of the covers. It can be a concrete cover to be filled, and the checker steel or SMC composite. In the load classes from A15, that means that it can be installed in the green areas. B125 is for the sidewalks next to the road and the parking for the cars. D400 is for the loads, and the F900 is for the airports. We have our own production of the concrete checker steel and to be filled with covers. We produce covers that are used on our polypid chambers, and we design and manufacture non-standard covers for chambers from other manufacturers. We use two types of steel for the production: the stainless steel and the carbon structural steel that is later galvanized. As you can see here, it's a chamber, it's a cover with the carbon structural steel after a galvanizing. And as you can see in the slide, here are the 3 examples covers to fill. And they're an ideal solution when we want to match the appearance of the cover to the surrounding surface. And our products can be also equipped with the hinges, gas springs, and the closers that protects the cover against opening. What you can see on the video, hinges and gas springs become very useful when the covers are large and heavy. For example, it's an example of the cover with a chamber for the airports, and the weight of this cover is being extremely heavy. So that's why we use gas springs. The next are the SMC covers. They are made of the SMC material reinforced with the fiberglass embedded into mold. We have them in the load classes A15, B125, and D400. They are several times lighter than the concrete covers, durable, maintenance-free, resistant to changing condition, and equipped with the bolt closures. And our segmented chambers are not waterproof, and if there is a need to protect them against flooding, we got a solution with possibility to use a drainage pump. It's used for the automatic drainage of telecommunication chamber. The stainless steel housing with the mesh filter protects the pump against clogging with a solid waste, and the sensor which is installed inside the pump, switching on the pump automatically in the event of flooding. The water drain pipe is equipped with the heating cable to prevent water from freezing. This solution can be used in all of types of our chamber. And to summarize the topic of our chambers, I would like to conclude it by presenting the advantages of the segmented chambers made of polypid material. And these advantages can be divided into 3 categories: before installation, during installation, and after installation. And the first are the before installation, and it's the low storage cost, can be stacked up to the height of the 200 modules, the no mechanical damages, a reduced risk of injury to warehouse staff, section weight about 15 kilograms. The weight of the finished chamber is 2-4 times lower than the of concrete products. The lower transport costs, 5 times more chambers can be charged on the car. The concrete products are 10% more likely to be damaged prior to installation, and non-standard dimension, production on order, no minimum quantity in a short time, and resistant to frost. And the second is the during installation, and it's a 50% reduction of installation time and costs. It's a possibility of installing chamber by 2 people not using heavy equipment. It's reducing the risk of the injury. Simple installation with no special requirements and use of heavy equipment. Leveling system, possibility of cutting on a construction site. Additional equipment screwed directly into the chambers walls. No need to make a concrete tie beam. Modules are imposted on each other without the need of bricklaying. Pipes entries are made by the cutouts in the chambers wall, and possibility to set up chambers on existing installation without cutting them. And the advantages after installation is immediate full dynamic resistance. It's repeatedly longer life. Chamber height change while road safes constructions through adding or removing the models. Possibility of reusing after dismounting the chamber. 20 years erosion resistance. 100% resistant to frost and resistant to chemicals and aggressive environment. So now I would like you to introduce to our next products, which are the underground distribution system. As you can see, these products are based on segmented polypid chambers. As you can see, here is a polypid chamber right here and right here inside. And underground switching stations are used wherever you want to localize a power point that will be used in the venues for organizing public events in plazas, sport facilities, squares, and the system closed in the ground under the cover will be protected and will be not interfered with other objects. And here it's an example of underground switching station with the cover to be filled, underground switching station with the composite cover, and the underground switching station type 4x3, and we call it post. And the first is an underground switching station with the covers to be filled, and they are made. There are the switchboards where the cover are made of the stainless steel in classes B125, D400, and F900, which means that they can be used in the ports and airports. The system is made of a polypid body, a hinge cover made of stainless steel, assisted by gas springs and a diving bell. The cover is adapted to be filled with the paving stones or granite slabs or concrete, which ensures that the desired aesthetic value and adaptation to the surrounding surface. The frame is equipped with the flaps right here, or you can see here, that allows cables to be let out after closing the cover. And thanks to this, the system can be operated in a closed position, that it's safe for people that are around, are close to the switching station, and it's a protection against unauthorization access. As I said on a slide before, our underground switching stations are equipped in a diving bell. And many of you may ask, what is it and what is it for? So diving bell is a protection against flooding. In order to avoid a destruction of the electrical equipment due to flooding, like on the left picture, we are using the diving bells in our underground switching station. In the middle, you can see a sketch of a switching station with a chamber full of water. The bell is working like a glass turned upside down and placed into water. The diving bell collects air, which protects the electrical device from water. The water, as you can see, here's edge of the diving bell, and the water is coming a little bit inside what you can see here, and the water will get a little bit inside because of the compressing water due to pressure, but it's only like 2 centimeters, so it's no worry that it will go to our electrical equipment, which is right here. And what is very important to mention that the bell must remain 100% airtight. That's why it's absolutely forbidden to make any additional holes in it, because if we make a hole, for example, right here, the water can go to this level. And the second type of our switchboards is different from the previously discussed only in the type of the cover. In this case, we have a cover made of SMC material in the B125 and D400 class. They cannot be filled like the made of the stainless steel because the surface of the cover is flat. In case of all our underground switching station, we make an electrical equipment according to the client's need. However, it is necessary to take into account that the amount of the space available in the diving bell and the size of the electrical box cannot be bigger than 500 by 500 millimeters. And as you can see here, the power supply of the box must be made by using flexible cables, because with the larger diameters of the cables, the radius band is so big that it will disallow closing the cover. And what is also good to mention that to protect the cover from freezing, we are using an automatic heating cable that can be fit under the frame of the cover. And the third type is a vertically open switching station supported by a gas spring. In this system, the cover slides out together with an electrical equipment, and it works only in an open state. And after the cables to the sockets, the switching station cannot be closed. And the entire structure is made of the stainless steel in the load classes B125 and D400. And as you can see here, the cover is designed to be filled with the paving stones or concrete. And the maximal dimensions of the electrical equipment is 460 by 276 millimeters. In this solution, it's not possible to use protection against water, in the form of diving bell. That's why if there is a possibility of any flooding with a water, it's required to connect a water drainage or use an automatic drainage pump like I showed before. Because if we don't do a drainage, it's very likely that the electrical equipment will be destroyed. So now the chambers with elevators and chamber system with a pull-out platform can be used wherever there is a need for protection of control cabinet, supply switchgear against interference or distraction, and where surface mounting is limited by aesthetic consideration. And this solution consists of segmented chamber made of polybead, an elevator mechanism with a platform, a diving bell, and customer equipment and the cover. An elevator mechanism with a pull-out platform is made of stainless steel, and the customer specifies the size and the weight of the device that he wants to hide underground. And Inotechnica adjusts the dimension of the chamber and the elevator to the size of the device. The diving bell, which you can see right here, is placed on the entire electrical equipment to protect it against flooding. There are two versions of a drive pull-out platform. The manual, where is a need to use a crank and the power of our muscles, and the second version is with electrical engine and gear reducer. The maximum weight of the equipment that can be used in this solution is 300 kilograms, and on the top of the whole construction, there can be different types of the covers in the load classes from the B125 to the F900, and they can be to be filled with the checker steel, the stainless steel, according to the European standards. Here are some examples of the chambers with the elevators, and this system is widely used. It can be used in ports, airports, parks, city centers, city innovation halls, and the sports stadiums. The first photos show an example of a chamber with an elevator in a park city where the mass events are held. In the second photo, we can see a solution in the port, and its use on the wharf to connect power to ship during repairs. And in the last photo, a chamber with elevator was installed in an airport hangar for fighter jets, and the switchboard mounted on an elevator was used to connect electrical tools that are needed to make conservation works for jets. And the new projects, we are currently working on two very interesting projects that are related to the chambers with an elevator. The first project is about 5G antennas. A large mobile operator turned to Inotechnica with a problem of destroying very expensive control equipment by vandalism. Normally there are assembled the control equipment in this area, which is a base of the antenna, and we offer them to hide the most expensive devices underground in our chamber with an elevator. As you can see here, the three cabinets are on the elevator platform not in this base as they were supposed to. Thanks to this solution, they can lower the whole antenna by about 2 meters, what reduces the costs of the production, and what is more important, and very expensive electrical equipment and batteries are protected against destroying. We have already designed and made a prototype that is currently being tested by the mobile operator. And the second project is about devices for railways, and the Polish technical department of trams asked us about the system for hiding the pumps that lubricates the rails for the quieter work, and to eliminate the squeaky noises. They want to hide the pumps along with their all equipment due to aesthetic of the surrounding, because the railway is going through an old town. This solution is currently being installed in one of the largest Polish cities. And as you can see, the solution with the elevator has a very wide range of the applications. It can be used in the various places with the use of various equipments. So if you ever have a project with something unusual to hide underground, please contact us and we surely find the best solution in technical and economic terms. The next product I want to talk about is the cable channels. Cable channels are made of durable and ecological polypid material, which are mentioned earlier. They are used to run electrical and energy installation in the telecommunication, energy, road industry, and the rail constructions. We have two sizes of our channels. The standard channel has a polypid cover, right? You can see here it's a polypid cover in a class load of A15, and we also produce cover for them made of the stainless steel or the carbon steel in the B125 class load class. The channels are 1 meter long, and their assembly is very simple. It's about arranging them one by one and attaching them to the ground. And the main advantages of the cable channels is that they are resistant to erosion, they are waterproof, resistant to vibration, possibility of inserting technological parturition in the channel, high durability, about 15 years, easy to assemble, maintenance free, a low weight in relation to concrete, attaching the accessories directly to the channel walls, and easy to cut on the construction site. And the last very interesting products we produce that I want to introduce you today are the protective pipe seals. And our protective pipe seals are designed to prevent the sanding or slitting up of pipes and telecommunication chambers. They secure seal to the cable. The secure seal to the cable is achieved via a special foam insert with it's an egg crate shape. Once installed, it will always remains sandproof. An additional practical advantage of protective pipe seal is that it can be opened up, and thanks to this, it can also be used with cables and chambers that have been already installed. In our offer, we have got the pipe seals for different dimension, the 50 millimeters, 75 millimeters, 90 millimeters, 110 millimeters, and 160 millimeters. And thank you. That's my presentation, and now I'm waiting for your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. A lot of information to see. So, do we have any questions from the audience already? An audio question? Yes. Okay. So there is a question, please. Hello. Who is asking the question?
Hi, my name is Raymond.
Hello.
Yes. Please.
My question, what are maximum dimension of electrical cabinet that can be installed in switching station?
Okay, so the maximum dimension of electrical equipment that can be installed in a switching station is 500 by 500 millimeters of outer dimension and 250 millimeters of depth, because it's a maximum size of a diving bell that we can install in our switching station. And if electrical equipment is bigger than that, we offer to split the electrical equipment and use two switching stations side by side, or use switching station and a chamber with an elevator. And exactly this solution was used in Riga next to the Freedom Monument, as you can heard in the Lucidus case study.
Okay, thank you for the answer. There is a writing question. You said that these chambers, they are not watertight, but is it possible to make them watertight, or there is no need because of the diving bell?
Okay, so no, our chambers are not tight, and there is a possibility of water leaks, and at this stage of the montage, it is possibility of sealing the segments between them by using a special sealing compounds, but the covers are never tight. So there is no possibility of made 100% of 100% hermetic chamber. We always recommend to make the grass base under the chamber, or make a drainage connection to the sewage network, or use our drainage pump. But as I said on the presentation, the electrical equipment is always in a diving bell, and it's 100% airtight.
Okay, thank you for that. And there is one more question, and this is concerning the possibility of food storage. Or maybe you have some experience to store food for some residential, I don't know, like a wine chamber or something like this. Do you know anything about temperatures there?
No, we never do something like this before. It's a it's a first time that someone
it's an opportunity.
Yeah, of course, it's an opportunity, but we never do something like this before. It's new to me, and if someone have a more question, of course you can write to us, and we will find a best solution for this.
And then we have one more question from the audience, and this is it possible to order just the covers? Are you selling just covers without
yes, of course. There is a possibility to order only covers without a chamber that are adjusted to the customer needs, requirements, and the customer has to provide to us information about the load class from A15 to F900, and we have to also require the outer and inside dimension of the chamber or the cable channel. We have to have information about steel type, or should it be from the carbon steel, then galvanized, or it should be a stainless steel. The type of the cover, so it was a concrete cover, checker steel cover, or the cover to be filled with. and we need information about additional equipment such hinges, gas springs, and enclosures.
Okay, thank you for this information. Is there any audio questions as well, or no other questions? Now, I have a question about the airports. How many airports have you done already? Because as I know, in airports, this is heavy weight loads and.
Yeah, it's a heavy load. We made several airports. We also made with the Lucidus the one switching station in the Riga, and we have few. I don't know how much exactly, but at least 5 airports in Poland with our chambers and underground distribution systems.
Okay. Okay, thank you for this. Any other questions coming in? Okay, I don't see any questions yet from the audience, but I have one more question about this lift. What would be your recommendation? Better to use electrical lift for lifting up equipment, or mechanical one, which is more safe or more used?
Of course, the more used are the manual because they are cheaper than the electrical drive. This solution is working fine. It's working well. It depends on how much money the customer has for this type of the solution.
Okay, thank you for this one. So, audience, anybody has any more questions to Inotechnica? No? So far I don't see any questions. So if not, then thank you very much for your presentation, for your time. It was really interesting. And I hope to make more interesting projects together.
Yeah, thank you so much thank you everybody for your attention. And if you would like to know more about our other products or something was unclear, you can check our website and contact us via mail. And I also invite you to cooperation in the future. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And now, as the presentation has ended, and now you understand more about Inotechnica products, then I have a recommendation. You can watch once more the case study where you will see Inotechnica product in real life. So please, again, once more the video on case study. Katrai tautai ir kāds simbols, kas nozīmē vairāk kā tikai piemineklis. Latviešiem tāds ir brīvības piemineklis. Pagājušā gada nogalē es beidzot sagaidīju savu izgaismošanu. Tas nesa līdzi arī vairākus izaicinājumus, kā nodrošināt infrastruktūru apkārt. Saskaņā ar arhitekta Austra Mailīša koncepciju apgaismojums nedrīkstēja izjaukt pieminekļa ansamblu. Tas bija viens no galvenajiem sarežģījumiem un arī uzdevumiem. Māri, pastāsti, kas ir mainījies pēc šīs izbūves, ko mēs šeit esam ieguvuši?
Saskaņā ar šo te konceptu vajadzēja pēc iespējas mazāk izjaukt ainavu ar pieminekli. Ja ar apgaismojumu stabiem to ir salīdzinoši viegli panākt, tad daudz neglītāks priekšmets ir sadalnes, kurās ir novietot gaismetļiem nepieciešama automātika, kā arī dažādi pieslēgumi, kas ir nepieciešami pasākumu organizatoriem, lai varētu pieslēgties un mainīt, teiksim, apgaismojumu režīmus. Projektētājs šajā projektā ieteica izmantot pazemes risinājumu, kas arhitektam ļoti patika. Šie risinājumi it kā vizuāli ir ļoti skaisti, nepamanāmi, labi iedarās pilsētvidē, bet šeit ir vairākas tehniskas nianses, jo zemē iebūvēti produktiem ir drusku citi standarti, citas prasības kā virs zemes stāvošiem. Šeit ir 8 pieslēguma punkti. Katrā punktā ir 2 atsevišķas sadalnes. Vienā sadalnē ir visa gaismetļiem nepieciešamā automātika, un blakus ir nedaudz mazāka sadalne ar ātro piekļuvi, kas ir paredzēta tieši operatīvi, lai, teiksim, pasākumu organizētājs varētu ātri pieslēgties un veikt kaut kādas darbības ar datoru, lai mainītu apgaismojumu vadību. Ņemot vērā to, ka īsti nevienam nav pieredzes ar šādu veidu produktu montāžu, cik sarežģīti bija to realizēt dabā?
Priekš mums tas arī bija pirmā pieredze strādājot ar tāda veida sadalnēm, jā, un pašiem bija interesanti viņu montēt, un tāda tik interesanta un tik īsa projekta piedalīties. Man patīk, ka strādā iekšā salīdzinoši sausi, nekur ūdens nelien iekšā un nesum ārā tas sadalnes arī.
Saki, ar ko kopā mēs īstenojām šo projektu?
Tas tika realizēts kopā ar pazemes korpusu ražotāju Inotehnika no Gdiņas, no Polijas. Sadaļņu daļu realizēja mūsu pašu ražotne Lucidus. Savukārt montāžu uz vietas veica aģentūra Rīgas gaisma.
Paldies! Par šo viss ir skaidrs, bet par sadalnēm precīzāk mūsu nākamajās izletā.
Sveiki! Mani sauc Taņa, un es pārstāvu Lucidus elektrosadaļu ražošanas nodaļu. Tūlīt nepilnās 2 minūtēs apskatīsim elektrosadaļu projekta realizācijas ciklu. Visi mūsu elektrosadaļu projekti sākas šeit, ar cenu piedāvājumu sagatavošanu atbilstoši katra projekta specifikai. Pirms sadaļu ražošanas uzsākšanas mēs izstrādājam tehnisko risinājumu, vizualizāciju un sadaļu montāžas projektu. Sadaļu izbūve ir komandas darbs. Katrs no mums atbild par konkrētu procesa daļu, kas kopā veido ideālu rezultātu. Šis ir mūsu ražošanas cehs. Šeit mēs izgatavojam un komplektējam apgaismojuma, vadības, automatizācijas un spēka sadalnes. Izgatavojam elektrosadalnes rūpnieciskiem un civilajiem objektiem, kā arī sabiedriskā un privātā sektora lietošanai. Pēc izgatavošanas sadalnes tiek testētas un marķētas ar CE marķējumu, kā arī klientam tiek izdotas atbilstības deklarācijas. Nepieciešamības gadījumā izgatavojam sadalnes atbilstoši citu pasaules reģionu normatīvajām prasībām. Šīs sadalnes vedīsim uz Rīgas sirdi. Tās palīdzēs izgaismot brīvības pieminekli. Tagad sadalne ir gatava ceļam.
And welcome back. We are here with our Italian friends. So before them, we will start with the poll. Please the questions on the screen. So, do Evo produce aluminium poles, high quality systems for public spaces, or exclusive chandeliers, or maybe chocolate? The best chocolate. And I see that you don't think about chocolate. It's not good. Our Sicilian friends will not be happy. But thanks God, you are from region of Tyrol, and we can go to Sasha. Hello, have you connected? Hi.
Hello.
Greetings from
Hello.
Carleone family.
Yeah, luckily we are not from Sicily, so there will be a dangerous living, but we are from Alto Adige region, which is a little bit more north in Italy and a little bit more cold than in Palermo.
Okay, thanks God. Then we are on the safe side. Okay, then I can switch back. So please, the floor is yours and show me what you have in your pocket for today.
Okay, so I shall share the screen, yeah?
Yes, please do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is it visible for everyone?
Just please press the button hide.
Okay.
Yes, now it's good. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Okay, so hello once more from Alto Adige, from Italy, northern part of Italy near Bolzano. My name is Sasha Pajdic. I'm a sales director for Central Eastern Europe for company Evo. And today I will introduce you a little bit about our company and about our collaboration on Baltic countries with company Lucidus. First of all, thanks to Lucidus for the very nice organization. I'm really impressed with the setup of this online convention, and I'm honored to be here with you. So, Evo company is, as we said already, Italian company coming from the history of blacksmith industry. And I will tell you a little bit about the history. So, the lighting company is founded in 1996 with Flora Cross and Ernst Wolgemuth, coming out of metal factory in Sankheim, which is still alive and still working. And one of the important milestones was 2019 as a year where their son, Hannes Wolgemuth, took over the Evo company as a CEO. And actually with him, we have now the fresh blood with the guy of 35 years of age. We are able to be fast and furious on the market and to do the next steps in our development. We are a company with more or less 100 employees. With the headquarters in Italy and Alto Adige. We have Italian branch office in Verona and only 2 subsidiaries, one in Germany, another one in Austria. The rest of the world we are covering up with the international partners. And as I already said, we have a new partnership. Last couple of months ago, we established partnership with the Lucidus company in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. So for the future, for any kind of support which you might need in further developments, feel free to contact our colleagues in Lucidus. So a little bit about the corporate identity. So 2 things: empowering well-being outdoors and mastering of light. Those are our ID. If we are speaking about empowering well-being of the outdoors, actually the saying from our CEO is that we want people to feel comfortable in the public spaces, and the light bring us together outdoors like a campfire. Especially, I think in the last 2 years, it's unfortunately due to this pandemic situation, we are forced to be more outside, and I think that it's very important that we create very nice spaces around us, that we feel really comfortable and safe outside. Well-being in the outdoor spaces, improving the quality of outdoor living and contribution to an increased sense of well-being. So this is something what we are doing and what we want to participate in the society with our development and our philosophy. If we speak about the mastering of light, so how we see that, we are thinking of light in 3 dimensions, in 3 different spheres. So one is shape, another one is body, and the third one is intelligence. Shortly about the intelligence. So we have in our own company development with the Connex company, we are able actually to provide you a full innovative lighting management for smart solutions, or we can also prepare our luminaires to be smart ready for a different kind of existing already lighting managements if they are already on site in the different cities. Then, if we speak about the mastering of the body of light, so as I said, so we are a company who is coming out of the blacksmith industry, metal industry. So therefore, of course, that it's our culture, it's our nature that we are able to produce any kind of body of light, and according to the needs of the project, according to ideas of the artist or the architect, we are really able to provide and to manage the body of light in any form which is feasible or statical approved. Then the third part is mastering of shape of light. So we are really able to put any kind of light distribution in any kind of color and with the highest quality of light in any kind of body of light. So we are really able, or you are really able, to play with our luminaires in the way that you combine and configure your luminaire according to the project needs. If we speak about the further about the shape of light, so we can say that the shape of light is really with different kind of optics is really our core competence. I will show you now a little bit of the news what we have launched in the last couple of months. In addition to the standard lenses, in addition to the standard optics, what we do have, we are introducing now the light layers. So the question is, what are the light layers? So I will explain you that very shortly and hopefully clear. So those are optical accessories which are offering additional options for shaping of light. How does it work? So during the hour of darkness, you know that we have always a little bit of light which is going in directions which we don't want that these lights go. So like in this situation here, as you can see, that the facade is illuminated despite the fact that we don't want to illuminate the facade or the show windows or the windows on the building. With our system of the coverages, what we do have, we are able to reduce this glare in the way that we want to. So speaking about the covers, so we have a couple of covers, and I will show you now the differences in between of them. So the standard one is just to improve the aesthetics. So you see, so what we do with this mechanism, you know that in many cases of especially today with LED technology, that plenty of luminaires do have visible screws, do have visible cables, do have aesthetically not finished luminaire from the bottom side, and especially in the moment when luminaires are not working. So therefore, we invented and implemented aesthetic lens cover, where we are really speaking only about the aesthetic of the luminaire from the bottom side. Then backlight shield. So what we do here, we are covering, or we are reducing the backlight up to 65%. So all of those accessories are optional, and they have clip-on mechanism, and they are implementable on any kind of lumina what we do have in our portfolio. So you can see here's the difference with the standard aesthetic lens cover and backlight shield, and you can see on the visible on the pole how reduced the backlight is with the backlight shield. See? Then anti-glare shield. So we are able actually to play there with the bug rating. So the bug is backlight, uplight, and glare control. We are able to go to really to reduce the glare in candela per kilolumen and optimize the usage of the luminaire to have light really where we need it. So, and again, so it is optional accessory with the clip-on mechanism. So you can have it, you can add it afterwards. So it's up to you to play with the needs of your project. It's a clear reduction of glare. Then as the next one, which I would like to show you as a nice optic, what we do have. So you're surely already familiar maybe with the office lighting and with the different optics for the office. And we thought about, okay, why don't we use it for the outdoor? Because we said, as we said before, so we do think about the outdoor, only about the outdoor and the comfort what we can have outside of our building. So one side safety, another side comfort. And therefore we implemented also the nice optics, which is covering or maximize the visual comfort. Then we have the homogeneous light distribution. Why is that important? If you can remember also sometimes that some dots outside are visible on the luminaires. If you want to have tunable white or RGB, so then you can see also the different dots in different color of the LEDs. So with this one, with this optic, we are really covering up this and it's not visible. So you have really nice appearance of the luminaire as it is. So you can see here the example. If you have on the right side homogeneous, on the right side the standard lenses with a little bit more drama. But if you want to have more homogeneous soft variant, you can see it on the left side of the screen. So it's with usage of our light tile. And it's also available in really different luminaires, and you can combine it even in the same luminaire. You can have different optics if you need. So I will tell a little bit more about the business areas where we are working on, which we are living. So one is architecture and the arts, another one is public spaces, then roads and traffics, and airports and logistics. So just to have to show you a little bit, actually, if we speak about the architecture and the arts, to show you a couple of nice projects which we have done, and maybe to inspire you for your future projects, to come to us and to try to build this together. So like this Buga fiber pavilion in Heilbronn in Germany, which is developed together with the artist and the architect, and we were, let's say, the integrated part of the project planning, and you see the results are sometimes really astonishing. So, or in Oslo, in Norway, Rathaus, so you can see that what we do have here are really huge surfaces with big heights, and we are able actually to manage that with our precise optics and the high power luminaires, which we are really mastering for the outdoor. Or this Adelaide Parliament House in Australia, where we were invited actually to create a special solution just for this project. Actually, the luminaires do have the two components. So one is direct light for standard general illumination, and another one was according to the wish of the architect and lighting designer to have the a little bit colored ceiling as an indirect part of our luminaire. Then public spaces, this is also where we are, I would say, playing quite nice, important role, I would say. We are able actually to create really nice soft spaces in outdoor spaces like the squares or parks, So one of the examples we have here, Piazzale degli Alpini in Bergamo in Italy, or in Brisbane, Australia again, so nice park, or in Lyon, so the Frankfurt Square, where we developed this solution together with the architect, because it's kind of contemporary industry style lounge, outdoor lounge. And actually each of those luminaires is different, and each of those poles is different with the different attachments and the different gadgets on that. And it's really interesting to see how flexible we are as a company, that we are able, and it's not a problem for us, for important and nice projects, to make really each luminaire or each pole a little bit slightly different, with different appearances, what is important maybe for your project. Then roads and traffic. So I would say we are not champions there, but we are champions for the top roads or city centers, or for the spaces where you really want to show something different. So we don't sell the luminaires over the counter, or 1,000 pieces by 1,000 pieces, but for sure in the main roads and the city centers, and then if you want to have really something different and recognizable, then you can come to us, and we have really nice portfolio, and we are able to manage road in a proper way as well. Or the different crossings, so like the Schwabingtor in Munich. So we are able actually to connect the road with the public space, and to make both tasks together at once. Or maybe if you have the situation like here, where you are missing poles, you are missing the place where you can put the poles and make standard traffic illumination, standard road illumination, then in this case, you can again come to us. And in this particular bridge in Lyon in France, so we have created or invented the luminaires, which were positioned 40 centimeters from the ground, and actually they are doing the job of standard traffic illumination, standard road illumination. So we were able actually from the 40 centimeters of distance, with this, I would say, specific approach and specific lenses to cover up four-lane road according to all standards for this classification of the road. Last but not least, the area where we are really strong and we feel quite comfortable is large area lighting. This is how we call that. And this here you can see the airports which we have done all over the world. So with our R system generation 3, so we have really the possibility to do anything from the 20, 25, 30, 40, 45 meters height. As we have 200 up to 265,000 lumens out of one luminaire, and we are really precise in what we are putting out of that. So airports and logistics, Dubai, for example, one of the airports. So if you are speaking about the airports, I'm speaking about the apron lighting. So that means all the parking spaces for the airplanes. And you know that those are different, really big heights and different technical requirements, and we are really mastering that. So whenever you have the situation or some task regarding the stadium, regarding the airport, just come to us and we are able to manage that. Of course, that another application area where you do have again 20, 25, 30, 40 meters height, where you have to do the proper illumination, is a sports lighting. So we are as well able to manage that in a proper way. And of course, if we speak about the logistics, so harbors, the different logistics centers, where you do have a need of 20, 25, 30, 40 meters big poles. So you can come to us and you can trust us that we know what we are doing in these cases. Okay, so one small thing to add on, to give you the note about the product configurator. Actually, you are able to manage that by yourself to create yourself your own luminaire via our product configurator. So I will show you now, even if we have still some time, how that could work for you. All right. So we have here configurator. Once you come to the Evo site, you go to products, and you are able actually to manage your own configuration of the luminaire according in a simple way. So just to click it, it's simply like that you configure your car. For example, you can play a little bit with that. So you go, for example, in this case for EL, and you can find the family here behind, and you click on which you want, and then you say, I want to have with the lenses or with the light tile. Let's go with the lenses, for example, and here you can see immediately what you have picked up, and then you pick up your protection class, then the total height or maximum height, which is defined here. It can be a little bit low, a little bit higher, but it's not in the configurator, and you have to come to us if you have some questions about that. And then you can pick up the lighting element in the way that you want to have the walkway and accent lighting, or facade and object lighting. You will see here or here. If we change it, then that means that you change the direction of the illumination and of the luminaire itself inside. And then you take the height where you want to have your luminaire, and then you pick up the side, and so that means here, so 5 meters, so this is 5 meters, and side A or side B, so you define actually where you want to have the service door and where you want to have the luminaire. And then the color temperature, you can pick it up, and then you are able actually to create your own lighting distribution which you want, see, and then the power which you want again, so lumen output which is suitable for you. You can do the different exercises regarding the luminaire itself. You can make automatic readjustment of for constant light output, or you can create your this.
Sasha, I think
yes.
I think that's okay for the presentation. Thank you for all the information, as we need to stick our timing plan. But I think it was very useful and interesting for everybody, and thank you for all the references and options that we can see. We saw the homepage, or the Lucidus contacts. You can find us, both of us. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? Any questions from the audience? Do we have any? No, so far I don't see any questions. So we'll be waiting the phone calls and emails coming in after the presentation, tons of them. So please enlarge your email box amount so that you are ready for that.
Sure. It was my pleasure. I wish you a very nice rest of the day.
Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Bye. So, and we are now back to our next part, so we'll have a short technical break and we'll continue with the next presentation. And welcome back to our last part of training day. It's Schneider Electric. Schneider's purpose is to empower all to make the most of our energy and resources, bridging progress and sustainability for all. At Schneider, we call the life is on. So with this one, we are going to Andris. Please start and show the life. Hi.
Hello, good afternoon all.
So please proceed with your presentation.
Do you see my presentation now?
No, we don't see it. Please
Sorry.
put it on.
One moment.
Now it is on. Thank you, and you can start.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Andris Krumic. I'm an offer manager for digital energy in Baltics. And my responsibility is scope of products, fire security, access intruder control systems, building management systems, and protection relays. All products can be connected to one intelligent system with different integration possibilities. Now all of IT, power, building products are working very, very close together. And one of possibility how to manage all functions, we are see future in this EcoStruxure building operation platform. Now we have a new platform in 2022.
Andres, your presentation is not in full range, so please start it in a presentation mode, as a slideshow. Down there in PowerPoint, because it's just a PowerPoint. We don't see it in a full screen. Please start it. No, it should start as a slideshow. Hi, it's not, well, it is now, but you are sharing the wrong screen. Yeah, now it's on it seems so.
It's okay now? Or no?
Something is wrong there, Andres.
Screen. I will try to share again.
Because so far we don't see your presentation in normal mode.
Yeah, okay.
Otherwise, you will need to proceed without the slides just by performing yourself.
Yes.
Maybe we can switch to our presenter from Lithuania while Andres solved the issue with the presentations.
We can try, of course, to do it, and Thomas can continue.
Thomas,
yes.
Galite prisijungti ir padėti tavo prezentaciją?
Ir pabaigti.
Taip, labai gerai. Taip, mes Tomas iš Lietuvos. I'm sorry for my language because Thomas is from Lithuania, so we will continue with the Schneider presenter, Thomas from Lithuania. Prašau, Tomas.
Yes.
Labą dieną.
It's also Yes, Labdiena. I'm sorry for us because we are using more Teams, not the Zoom, so maybe it's a new thing for us. So also
Okay.
we're learning, but I also will be first time when presenting in Zoom. So, okay, what to choose, entire screen or window?
Try entire screen and then we should see your presentation.
Okay, just.
Your microphone is now muted. We don't. Do you hear us now? But we don't hear you, Thomas. Something seems to be technically wrong with your PCs because as you start sharing, we don't hear the sound from you.
Okay, now it's okay.
Now yes, now we hear, yes.
And because I have tried to share the computer sound.
Yes, but now we see whole Zoom, but not your presentation. So just switch to the presentation, and put it in slideshow mode. Yes.
Now should be okay.
I hope so. Yes, perfectly. We now see it.
Okay, so as I introduced, I am Tomas Bakanas, and I'm offer manager for Baltic countries. And in my field, it's power products and digital power solutions. And one of my wide portfolio topics are EcoStruxure Facility Expert. So it's asset management tool and cloud-based tool. So I'm trying to, in my 20 minutes, to try to show everything on this. So at first, the name is EcoStruxure Facility Expert. So short introducing what is EcoStruxure. So it's the EcoStruxure Schneider platform for Internet of Things. So where we typically are three layers, and we have connected product layer, whereas one of layer our digital panels. After I will describe a little bit. Edge control, it's our software. So here we have like a monitoring system, energy monitoring system, and Facility Expert wide tool, which is mainly based on asset management. And on apps analytics, we have a lot of cloud-based tools which are giving analytics for your data. So it's a very short introduction, and I mentioned what it's connected products. So shortly, what is the digital panel? So we are talking now because Schneider are specialists in electrical distribution. So when we are talking in the projects, in the buildings about electrical distribution, and today trends are digital panel, so which representing the electrical distribution. So it means that all components, all mainly circuit breakers and power meters are connectable and have some type of communication, and all data are connected in our new product panel server, which is giving the data to either to the building management system, which Andres, I suppose, a little bit present, or power monitoring expert, which is dedicated software for energy management, or through the cloud to a facility expert, which I today represent. Yes, it was a short introduction about digital panel. So, and now we're going to the step with facility expert. What is it? So, and it's very good explanation. What is it? It's in the short video, which is created in all 3 Baltic languages and then available in YouTube. I can try to show you, but I'm not sure what the sound will be, but you comment me, and after I will try to share again with this computer sound. Okay. Can somebody comment? It was sound something or not?
Everything is fine.
And sound also?
It used to be, yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Electrical facility englobes a full ecosystem of players, where communication can break down at any stage of its life cycle. For instance, 30% of the data created early in the project ends up completely lost, creating gaps for facility managers in operating and maintaining their installation. This is a crucial issue, as 56% of all electrical fires are caused by poorly maintained facilities. With Schneider Electric, fix these issues before they even happen. Once the switchboard is assembled, the panel builder can use the EcoStruxure Power Commission software to test and commission the switchboard, create a bill of materials for the devices, and generate a unique QR code for the entire switchboard. Now the sharing begins. The project can be seamlessly forwarded to a free facility management app called EcoStruxure Facility Expert. We are taking collaboration between partners to a whole new level. Now, panel builder and contractor are able to upload all the up-to-date documents associated to the switchboard. All the documents are stored and secured digitally in a cloud repository. This simplifies the project handover as well. The entire documentation doesn't have to be printed anymore. Not only are we saving trees, it's also much easier and faster for the facility manager to get all the information he needs, whenever he needs it, by just flashing the QR code with Facility Expert. But there's more. This opens a new world for panel builders and contractors, as they can now also build a smart maintenance plan in direct collaboration with the facility manager operating the electrical facility. The initial project community can now be notified in advance of scheduled maintenance for securing the annual maintenance or service contracts after the warranty period is expired. This preventative maintenance is crucial because it minimizes the risk of downtime and fires while maximizing the operational life of the electrical facility. EcoStruxure Power Commission and EcoStruxure Facility Expert is transforming the way you manage your electrical installation projects and help you to build long-term sustainable relationships with your customers for the future of your business.
Okay, so hopes you enjoyed this video, and it's a lot of explanation about our asset management tool. That after this presentation, our partner Lucidus will share with your customers, and you can find even the videos in each local language and to see again. And in this YouTube, there are also links how to connect to this tool, which is for free for basic levels, and it's you can even test this. Doesn't matter you have Schneider equipment or not. You even can test with your car and enter your data of your car. So it's a universal management tool. But okay, I will explain a little bit more. So why Schneider Electric created this tool, and what problems we want to solve with this tool. So the first problem is the paper documents, a big cycle of in the projects, and some problems when the documentation are lost. Yeah? So typical cycle of electrical distribution projects, that if you took any building projects which is going in the Baltic level, there's problems the same, and maybe it's more value players. Yeah, so but it's in electrical distribution, it's typically end user, yes, contractor, general contractor, and panel builder which producing the switchboards, delivering to the contractor, and contractor installing on the end user side. And this is like cycle where it's not communications are sometimes missing, because the panel builder having direct contact with end user, he dealing with contractor with end user, and it's each of them giving documents and adding some additional documents. And it was in the video was shown what 50% of documentations it's were lost, and also the documents creating a lot of problem paper. So Schneider created this tool to go to the digital, yes, and from this paperwork go to the digital style. And this explanation in typical project, just from the electrical part, electrical distribution part, how many documentation we have. We have project information. It's in beginning, yes, it's what project information, design documents. So design companies which making design, at first they're doing electrical designs, single line diagrams. Everything is also on the paper or delivered, or not on the paper, but on some digital way, but delivered in separate ways to the end user or to contractor. In this tool, everything in one place. Okay, switchboard documents, panel builder when assembling switchboard is also creating itself a lot of documents. When contractor doing some installation, first installation, first commissioning, it's also creating some documents. After it's commercial documents and maintenance documents, maintenance plans. So it's as you know, electrical distribution equipment are not maintenance free. So it's a lot of maintenance should be done after a year, after 2 years. How end user can know what to do. It's also very crucial for him to have documents on right place and on notification on right time when to do maintenance. So this is also documentation inside this tool. So this was one problem about deliver project documentation in constructive way directly to contractor, directly to end user, and not to lose. Yes, another advantage is it's the preventive maintenance. So it's, as I said, electrical distribution are not maintenance free. So and it should be calculated in design phase. The designers, architects, when they're working with a project, they also should include some what to do to deliver information to the end user, what to do after 1 year, after 2 years. So usually it's done by big papers, a lot of documentation, but to check information when what to do, it's very difficult. So and in this slide it shows how many maintenance, preventive maintenance are required for electrical distribution. It's general maintenance, where it's like for every electrical equipment, it's necessary to do so, like visual inspections, dust cleaning, greasing, thermal scanning. It's for every equipment. Each producer, like Schneider Electric or our colleagues which producing another equipment, they are creating specific maintenance plans for their equipment. For example, if it's okay, transformer, we need to do something in some schedule. If it's circuit breakers, okay, we need to check protections each year and to do tests. So this is everything it's giving by producer. It's also to collect all this data when everything should be done. It's also it's included in this tool. And what is very good thing with this Facility Expert tool for serviceable equipment. So it's like big circuit breakers, which is we have like say maintenance plans. It's already included inside. So automatically, if you assign your equipment in this tool, you will get notification after 1 year. You need to do this. After 2 years, you need to do this. Even if it's like some manufacturer maintenance or diagnostic, which can only can provide manufacturer, it's also you have notification what to call to Schneider Electric and to ask service to do on time, because the preventive maintenance is crucial for our electrical distribution. Okay, so and how it works. So it's when you saw in this video, it's a lot of was EcoStructure words, tools, but it is very simple. And you saw in the video, it's everything is the final step is QR code. So if we have switchboard, you have QR code, and from every place, every project participant can go scan this QR code, get access to documents and maintenance plans. So it's very easy, and it's usually it's done in the factories. If it's like switchboard they're producing in the panel builder factories, we collecting digitally all this information, or scanning by with the scanner each equipment. And final result is it's QR code on the switchboard, or it could be also not switchboard, it could be like electrical distribution bus bar system. It's also have each QR code which you can scan and you can upload to the system. Okay, after export to the cloud. And another method is when it's already existing equipment, you also can go with your mobile phone, download this application, Facility Expert, and just scan QR code and scan QR code on Schneider Electric equipment. When you scan, you automatically get pop-up window, and you are asking to where to assign this equipment, and you assign to your building, which is switchboard number 3, and you already have. So even if it's existing installation, you can add your equipment to Facility Expert to the cloud and always have all documentation in one place, and always you will have preventive maintenance plans for your equipment. Okay, so and how to start to use this tool. So it's the 2 versions. It's the web application, which is free. You just open this web application and to register to this. And also mobile application, you can scan QR code, and this presentation will be shared to you. Lucidus will share, so you can have this active links, and you can always open and to check. As I said, it's this designed for Schneider Electric equipment asset management this tool, but and it's by scanning QR codes, it's recognized automatically and enter the serial numbers, all information about the equipment. But if it's a flat company or even not electrical equipment, you can add manually from the library. You can choose, and you even I tested, you can enter your car and upload all manually documents of your car. So and even to check when it should be done maintenance after a year, after some, so you will get notification. So it's like tool mainly dedicated to electrical distribution. For Schneider equipment, it's recognized automatically. For all other equipment, you can create by yourself. Okay, so all short presentation. So it's time.
Thank you. Thank you for this. It seems like very useful tool in everyday, because I know that in a lot of cabinets, all the papers have been lost just in few months or even a week after the cabinet has been finished. Is it the same as you see it?
It's I think this question it's better to ask end users and who are working, but of course all each company have some like documentation storage plans, but in the projects, the new projects, of course, it's always with some losing some documents, and user doesn't know if he had all documents or not. So by this providing tool, he always can check, and he can download after if you don't want to keep in the cloud, but we have a lot of possibilities.
Of course, it's much easier to store everything and then to know that it's somewhere in the cloud and cannot be lost. So do we have any questions? Sorry? Okay, so do we have any questions from the audience? Are there no questions from the audience? So can we switch back to Andres? Have you solved the issues?
Yes.
Okay, so then Andres, please, the floor is yours. And then you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, introduction, it's done. And the next about our world of our buildings. And do you see my presentation now?
Yes, we do see it.
Yeah, okay, perfect. In 2020 brought historic change to many industries, including our own. Many of us were asked by our customers to help them adapt and innovate in an environment and deliver it both low occupancy issues for hotels and offices, and high demand requirements for critical facilities. But even with the challenges we experience, analysts are predicting what the building market will cover it and grow. This is very welcome news, but the recent challenges have put a massive spotlight on buildings, and the electric and digital transformation, what were already underway, are moving into overdrive. There are 4 critical areas where the industry must provide better outcomes. Sustainability, environmental and business challenges are focusing us to examine the role buildings play in carbon emissions and costly waste. Buildings consume about 30% of world's energy via way construction and operation, and account for almost 40% of annual global greenhouse gas emissions. The future of building construction and operations, both new and retrofit, is where the world will win or lose the fight against climate changes. Resiliency. The need for resilient building has never been greater, and building operators and facility managers face the daunting task of keeping operation running and smoothly in time of the crisis. With hundreds of disasters in the world over the past year, from droughts to cyber attacks to a global pandemic, it only takes one to impact of businesses. Efficiency, a greater one, 30% of energy is wasted in buildings. And you could easily swap out the world energy and put in the world space, because even pre-pandemic, a typical building had approximately 30% of wasted space. People, the world population, is spending most of their lives indoors. In fact, it is estimated that we will spend close to 90% of our time inside. Occupant productivity, health, and safety will drive a new era in building and facilities management, moving from a facility to a people-centric approach. 4 pillars is hyper-efficient, resilient, sustainable, and people-centric. Hyper-efficient, if we're talking about this, optimize building HVAC operation, identified avoidable energy costs. Service large portfolio with same size of services team. Leverage automation of check, lower time and troubleshoot complex problems. Occurrence and diagnosis with suggested actions. Sustainable. Actively manage energy consumption and reduction initiative against sustainability goals. Extend the useful life of the assets. Protect the investment made. Retainalizing modernization and upgrades. Benchmarking performance from similar sites. Human-centric, more comfortable indoor environment. Identify indoor air quality issues contributing to unhealthy air. Address needs of different persons on making decisions effectively. Resilient. Manage sites remotely with team of experts and costly in-person visits. Prevent failure of critical assets and disruptions with condition-based diagnostic. Manage critical alarms and provide triage. Hyper-efficient. Automate operations. It's advanced alarms and SMS notifications. Integration with analytics, it's building advisor and third-party data, weather, traffic, sun patterns, and etc. IP-based and easy to manage. Achieve better insights, flexible, easy to create and use dashboards, advanced trend logs, alarms, and alerts, access to historical data and graphics. This is a bigger picture, scalable, flexible integration between systems using API-based smart connector. Here we can connect with systems of different part of building and only use these smart connectors. But it's tell me later about this. Open platform structure means your data is not locked in the proprietary format. Efficient process using standard protocols. People-centric. Drive comfort and productivity. Tighter control of assets for comfort, need-based HVAC, advanced scheduling, scalable to fit evolving occupant needs, improve service level and response time, advanced proactive alarms, graphics, integrated with analytic platforms, optimize building health, it's indoor air quality, accurate people counting sensors for fine-tuning, precise HVAC control, integrated with occupant well-being software. Resilient, remote operations, secure web-based remote login, mobile-friendly, access from any device, from everywhere, cyber-secure, secure development process complying with EC 62443, IP-based, it's future-ready, certified. Power reliability, easy to use dashboards with reporting and trend analysis for simple use cases. Integration with power monitoring expert for complex use case. Sustainable. Maximize electrification. Monitor your electrical systems. Feed data to EcoStruxure building operation dashboard for basic energy use monitoring and power management expert for advanced insight into quality and reliability. Amplify sustainability efforts. Achieve energy, sustainability, and wellness standards such as LEED, WELL, and FitWell. Connect to electric vehicles, charging systems. Utilize advanced scheduling for energy-intensive equipment based on external factors. Maximizing electrification. Basic monitoring of energy use, advanced monitorings for insight into power quality and reliability. Energy management, open integration platform, what can integrate to any system to help lower energy consumption. Positive energy, provide calendar and usage-based scheduling of energy intensive equipment, external factor forecasting. Example, it's weather, room booking, and etc. EcoStruxure building operation platform, it's modern building management system with unmatched power to provide better data visibility with customizable dashboards and rich graphics. View more data in one place with building operations, open integration approach. Increase energy and operational efficiency by monitoring, maintaining, and controlling building in one network. Achieve visibility at scale with views at the device, floor, building, campus, and portfolio levels. Enable on-the-go and remote viewing with mobile-friendly design. Better serve occupants with custom kiosk display and occupant app integrations. About EcoStruxure building operation parts, dashboards. It's role specific personalized dashboards providing data visualization and increased understandings. Web station user interface. And secure full building system access from PC browser onto the go from tablet and mobile devices. Tools. System tools designed for the integrator, maximizing engineering efficiency. Open. Its diverse integration possibilities, driving complete single pane of glass experiences. Scalable. Fully modular and scalable architecture to meet building of any size and complexity. reporting and trends. It's create powerful custom reports sharing building trends and performance directly from EcoStruxure building operation. Alarm management, best-in-class alarm management to keep you on top of the building issues. Cybersecure, reduce cyber threat risk as technology evolves. Upgradable, system flexibility to upgrade and expand on your terms. And semantic tagging, access to information and insight in human readable form. Architecture. Edge-level servers for building of any size. Enterprise central, enterprise servers, automation servers. Configurable system deployments. Web-based client, view and system, any system level with customizable person-based views on PC, tablet, or phone. Powerful engineering clients, engineering and configure as well as view in any levels of the system on a PC with the workstation client. IP-based architecture, robust, secure, and flexible IP connectivity down to the room level. Multi-version support. Run server as different version numbers for improved expansion and upgrade possibilities on your schedule. Open integration. Our system uses the standard protocols. It's not a protocol for common standards. It's including BACnet, Loanworks, Modbus, and web services. Messaging protocol for the Internet of Things. Native compatibility and for publishing and subscribing to IoT sensors via this protocol. Open databases. Open source format database with optional time series database tool allows for database access from EcoStruxure building operation as well as third-party tools. Smart connector, an open source developer framework including software development kit for linking third-party systems to EcoStruxure building operation, enabling new capabilities, applications, and solutions, and the best-in-class single pane of class of experience. Third-party tools for open database include such as MSSRC, Microsoft Power BI, Excel, Tableau, QLink, IBM Cognos from standard SQL queries. Tools. How we can maximizing engineering efficiency. Workstation. Dedicated integrated platform for EBO system design and configuration customization while maintaining engineering workflows and efficiency. Modernized programming, visual object-oriented system, streamless programming, lowers personal requirement and project cost while keeping customizability. Automated engineering tool, streamlined creation and the deployment of recurring system elements via standard creation, duplication, and configuration. Project configuration tool, integrators can engineer and test entire solution remotely prior to installation of hardware on site. Building commissioning tool, commissioning room purpose and multi-purpose controllers, modules and Zigbee sensors via a mobile app. Workstation. Mobile-friendly, secure web-based access from any device providing complete system access for facility managers and technicians working throughout the building. Alarm management, graphical alarms, integrated emails, SNMP notification, and management tools for acknowledgement, tracking notes, and checklists. Customizable graphics, scalable 2D or 3D vector graphics with live updating data, overlays providing easy contextual views of equipment or spaces. And scheduling, campus-wide automation from calendar schedules, and special event configurations pulled from Outlook or other external sources. Dashboards. Visualization. Don't just collect data. Understand it, access and visualize building data to make it easy to digest, provide context, and understand what is telling to you. Custom design. It's quickly and easy create dashboard with out-of-the-box widgets or create custom dashboards with customer-specific graphics or chart types. Role-specific. Show the right level of data to those what need to see it by creating user or role-specific views of dashboards with weight preference in mind. Mobile-friendly, it's browser-based logins and automatic scaling. Dashboards can be properly viewed from small screen smartphones to large screen network operating monitors. Trends and reporting. Give context to live data by showing its relation to the past, can be overlaid with other data on separate axes to show relations and process it with EBO before plotting. EBO databases are open and will allow the native exporting of the data itself as well as trend logs and other information into CSV and XML files. Reports. Flexible reporting tool. Create out-of-box reports for common data such as energy consumption or alarms, or create fully custom reports, complete with customer logos based on imported templates. Reports configuration. I will customize reports using pre-configured or ad hoc criteria, including date range, cost, consumption, and CO2 emission to ensure your data supports the message your reports are working to convey. Alarms. Alarms and event management. Integrated email is an MP notification with management tools for acknowledgement, tracking, notes, and checklists. What makes facility manager teams more productive and responsive. Alarm recognition, flexible and configurable site of alarm decoration rules. Allow users to change alarm presentation based on condition or criticality. Parameter-based sorting and custom notification enhance visibility of smaller issues. Graphical alarms attach graphics to alarm for easy reading by the users for system status during and leading up to the alarm at hand. Alarm protection, its additional options to require single or double acknowledgement of alarms, ensures specific critical scenarios and responded to according to company policy. Cybersecurity, secure development lifecycle. Advanced encryption and authentication and secure by default features. Secure communication, utilizing industry standard protocols for both system alongside conversation default settings, assure out-of-the-box protection, provide high baselines for system security. BACnet, Secure Connect compatible. ABO offer full BACnet, Secure Connect network formation and participation with node, routers, and hub. Capabilities for Secure Connect specified buildings. Secure boot automation servers. Able secure boot automation servers mean only digital signed trusted software with run protected facilities against software alteration. Single XML compatibility, native compatibility and integration, and enable SSO functionality and authentication using ADFS, Azure ID, or other sample compliant solutions. Upgrade. It's easy process, and multi-version support. With the ability to run different versions of EBO on a single system, users can expand and upgrade systems over time at once, depending on what is most convenient to the site. Include all cybersecurity patches and updates. All minor version upgrades and patches are included with the purchase of a major version of EBO. Chargeable major version upgrades enjoy a significant discount as an existing EBO site coming from older version of EBO. Able software assurance provide continuous customer access to the latest version of EBO from the subscription-based service of software assurance. Transition upgrade costs from CapEx to OpEx and include software assurance as part of large, more complete service agreements. Semantic tunnel. Access to information and insight in human readable form. Standardized brick scheme, contextual modeling, navigate, filters, edit and search on tags, smart connector API accessible. Standardized contextual modeling, brick scheme, standardized modeling ontology helps apply consistency to object names and information across different installers and integrators. Leverage tag for immediate efficiency gains. Navigate, filter, edit, and search on tags to quickly access information, make mass edits or changes, or perform other functions based on tagged information. And Smart Connector API also have open access to model data and relations, providing additional possibilities for Smart Connector extensions. People counting. Benefit to working with intelligent building with directions for building health and people health in the buildings, for workplace management and plan on integration. And the all-in-one insight sensor combines people counting, sound, light, presence, temperature, and humidity into one single sensor. The insight sensor is part of the connected room solution, powered from the room controller to integrate with light, blinds, and HVAC. Enables a proactive way of sensing and controlling for well-being and comfort of occupant in an energy efficient way to meet the future of digital smart buildings. And in general, about EcoStruxure building operation, it's the heart of the building management system. Unique ability to customize, extremely dynamic. Some BMS products are more rigid out of the box. EBO is so customizable, also speaks to scalability, can manage massive building, portfolios, campus, single pane of glass. Don't want customer to feel like they put all the data in the proprietary system or database. You can do a quick deployment of EcoStruxure building operation with the plug and play options, but you can highly customize range of abilities from small to very complex. Driving increase in building value and better occupant experience. And here, it's free, the main part of this system. So first one is connected devices. So room controllers, different sensors, field controllers. Other part, it's edge control. Here, it's different softwares versions. EcoStruxure building operation, EcoStruxure security expert, EcoStruxure power monitoring expert, EcoStruxure IT expert. All this working together in one platform, in one single view. And of course, the next level, it's different applications, analytics, services that is help us to manage this system. to see what is happening with your buildings. It's EcoStruxure Workplace Advisor, EcoStruxure Power Advisor, EcoStruxure Building Advisor, Building Engage. Smart connectors. It's with smart connectors, we can connect to our platform the different parts of systems. And we have a lot of possibilities how we connect it. It's, for example, security system connected to EcoStruxure building operation use this smart connector. If we need to connect it to a kind of hotel and Hilton, Oracle programs, Westcentrix, Open Weather, Teltonica, Microsoft SQL servers. It's all the possibility how we connect. It's use the smart connector, and it's for our Eco experts. It's available in Eco Exchange extranet portal. About system and scalable automation server software. Now, this package, we have now 4 software bundles. We can standard, basic functionality, basic connectivity, and we can expand it to full solution. Bundles will include varying level of device counts, not points, enterprise server connectivity, and other I/O connectivity. Software insurance, subscription-based service providing continuous customer access to the latest version of EBO. Modernized programming, integrated, modern, flexible, and adaptable visual block editor. Programming improvement to reduce energy complexity, improved editor, simulation, and live views. BACnet, secure connect, and IT-friendly way. Enable EBO to connect to BACnet Secure Connect standard network. And engineering. Seamless object creation process to speed engineering. New SVG convector and TGML improved graphics. Possibility to merge extended trend logs back into original trend log of timescale database setups, folder and standard objects. Security, we are properly level permissions, policy of prevention of alarm batch operation. And about workstation, it's more intuitive forcing user interface, rezoning user interface improvements, support for different exports, XML export of logs, etc. Thank you. That's
okay.
all.
Thank you, Andris. And from the really depth of our school, we are ready for the last lesson and the legend of Schneider Electric, Mr. Gatis Arājums. Last but not least, Gatis, the floor is yours. Please start the presentation.
Hello, everybody. I think you are seeing my screen now.
Yes, it is.
Perfect. My name is Gatis. I'm responsible for product development across the Baltics, so almost 27 years already in the Schneider. And today we are go for some thematics which are one of my lovely LED lightings and how the LED lightings impact really our energy management systems and how they impacting our protection systems. I will try very shortly in this period, but I have it to explain it. First of all, what is LED luminaire? Okay, that is not a lesson to try to teach you how they contain, which components they contain, but just a reminder to know each LED luminaires, they have a driver. Does it make sense how they looks like? How it's built up? That is small bulb, that is GU10 bulb or whatever else solution, how they finally looks like. But main components always can be on board. And when we say that is a LED luminaire, it's contain already the driver. They contain LED module, Somewhere it is in some luminaires we have radiators which are need to reduce heating, etc. things. But what is important to remember, each drivers are have his specific characteristics, electrical characteristics, which are impacting our connection. And just for understand the process of LED lights, comparing, for example, with standard incandescent like halogen lamp as example. We know that there is certain period when they have this nominal working power. And the main difference what we have when we're talking about LED lights, and what we are happy as users always, is that the LED lights have this nominal working light and process very short. But this short process in same time generate for protection devices and installation some problems. And the main problem it is following, as you are seeing, each LED lights have quite a lot, they have a condensators on board, usually, which are stabilize his working process. But as we are seeing there, it is several stages of startup process. First of all, it's power supply on the luminaire. They start to charging these condensators, and there it is on process when the LED model is start to generate some light, and there it is normal process of this period. But what is important and more important in this process, it is speed. And when we look in this scale, we are seeing the LED light usually are start up, it is very short. And when we start to look in a little bit different scale, when we start to look in the scale of power in time, we are seeing that independent of when this process it is very short. When this process is very short, it is important in which stage of curve of like frequency they can switching on, and that is reason or consequences of that is usually when we start to use quite a big amount of LED luminaires in one like control gear, for example, one wire and one MCB at the end. What we are seeing, the MCB start to trip, but they tripping sometimes. And that is a much more heavy to understand for any electricians to any curves and any, especially in retrofit. When you come in the site, you see the cables, it is 1.5 square meters. MCBs are 16 amps, which are perfectly enough. You just put LED lights and you understand, okay, there it is lower electricity needed to generate that lamps and no problems. But then we are discover the MCB start to trip and you say, oh, okay, no problems. I can increase MCB rate, put 20 amps. No, cable, it is 1.5. You can't do it that. And that is very important to understand. Okay, we can use a bigger scale, like start to using instead of B, for example, C curve, D curve, and so on, and go in this direction. Yes, you can go, but again, there it is selectivity, which can be destroyed because selectivity, as you know, it is built in different level of MCBs and so on and so on. And then what is important and what we discover, it is when you are switching on your light at 0 point, you are get very small impulses on startup process. That is more important to understand. And that is a way how we solve in very hard environment, especially in places where it is located a lot of quantities of LED luminaires. We start to do it that we have a specific tables and algorithms how you can use it that, because it's available in our installation guide, which are available in our website. And you will find this information and there it is scale which MCB accordingly with quantity, because what is important there, it is important the quantity, not so much watts, because these both indicators are very important, and very often people forget about that. Each luminaire or quantity of luminaires is important, because each of them have his own driver, which have this startup process. And according to this one, we calculated that it is, in worst cases, as you see, that it is 200 times more this startup power than nominal. And that is huge spike, which are dedicated and indicated as short circuits. And what happens? MCB just trip, because they are very sensitive and they understand this this process. It is really important for them. And how to solve it? It is switch on off light at 0 point. And for such purpose, we are recommend to use in very heavy environment and avoiding such unnecessary tripping of MCBs and unnecessary downgrading your installation according those MCBs. Use, for example, zero crossing contactors or impulse relays, which we are offering our catalogs, and you can find it. That is a way how to solve and how to escape for such situation. Of course, other one version, it is start to, for example, little bit draw properly these lines and understand that it is quite heavy startups and use right collocation of those MCBs, even to level, for example, comparison. It is simple. When you are using B-type MCB and you're using C-type MCB, your quantity of luminaires even can be double in this startup process. And when you start using D, but then you need to be understand and sure they not can trip this first main feeder MCB, which are level down. That is some hints and tricks which we are recommend from our side to reduce such impact on installation system. And of course, that is important to during the prescription process to take in account. That is when we're talking about this part. Then next one, thematics, what I have today to explain very shortly. It's residual current device and types per application, because it comes more and more in our field, and we saw unnecessary tripping of those devices. And there it is important to take in account some standards and classifications which we have it, and to little bit remind what is residual current devices or diff MCBs or we have different names for them. But we need first on more important information what we need to remember, that is only device which are protect people for electrical risk, electroconduction risk, because that is only device which are tripping in this this period. Second and not less important point is risk of fire due to earth current leakage. That is secondary point which are used in especially in installation of big amount of cables, maybe old houses, and because we not be sure about installation process. Of course, there is certain standards, and we say yes, electricians can be very professional, they can do his job very professional, but there can be always very huge risk to damage cable during the installation, and the process of leakage during after installation, it's time, and that is reason why we have a certain processes, especially in our countries, where it is need to test those sensitivity of cables and check the wires after some time. But okay, returning back to residual current devices, 30 milliamps, it is a more sensitive device. Okay, you are found somewhere the 10 milliamps, because why it is invented this 10 milliamps? It's used mainly for kindergartens or children's, because people resistance of any person, it is quite different. And as we are understand, the small guy and I, which are 100 kilos, its resistance is quite different. And that is the main difference why we are need different type of devices. And first of all, how the system works, I think I don't remind too much. but just a small reminder to remind how it works. It's 2 lines. When someone touch the cable, this 30 milliamps goes through your body and to Earth, and then you are get already such shock. But the device automatically are tripped in the middle of those lines because the principle it is quite simple. They have those calculation of power which goes to one and return back, and when they lose some part of it, they automatically can trip. That is the main things, and usually the other one it is but just reminder, it's not protected you for short circuits, and it's not protected you from over voltage, because this device, only combined devices can do that, and that is called a little bit differently, but standard residual current devices are protected just for this purpose. Of course, those 300 milliamps, when we put 0, it's works separate similarly, but this leakage will happen to the body of house, to the concrete, to the somewhere, and those small leakage can be identified by more than 300 milliamps. It can be identified, and then you can start to trip. Then you understand this cable, it is damaged, and you need to change the cable. And that is a way of doing. Then about classification, and why we need different classification, and why that is very important now. Because normally the device are working and that it is not any problems. But we start to using different type of loads, and those loads are generating some noise. And how it is called, what we understand by noise. The noise is following the phase of frequency start to moving to some directions. It's, as we know, different loads. It's capacitive load. It is inductive load, and independent of the load, usually those frequencies and power start to move it. And due to this reason, we have such purpose of not necessarily or unexpected tripping of those devices. And to avoid those tripping, we start to using different type of filters inside of those devices. And then it is certain standards. One, it is maybe you already heard, it is AC type or A type. In some European countries, for example, those AC type, it is not used anymore. Because they don't have any filters, and impulse type of loads generally start to trip those devices, and that is reason why they just start by this A type of protection. And then some new ones which comes more and more in our field, because we're always talking about energy efficiency. We start to using some devices which have a combination of different stuff on board, which have inverters, which have speed drives. What is speed drive? I think everybody know. For example, elevator, which are going up and down, they start to using speed drive of instead of resistance in the chains and control devices. And what is more important, the new one, maybe what you are seeing there, it is this F type, because that is new standard, which comes in more in the private houses and so on. But F type, why it comes in private region, it is, for example, new heating pumps, new wash machines or washing machines which are washing your dresses are using already speed drives inside those machines, and they start to make some noises in quality of frequency which start to tripping those RCDs. That is the main message, and of course there you are seeing the different standards which are regulating those, but we will go a little bit more in the details to understand which residual current device can be used in different applications. And when we're talking about AC type, definitely, and what is more important to understand, it is what kind of loads we have for AC. generally speaking, when it comes at home, you can find only a few places where you can use AC type today, because as we know, the lighting is changing, impulse type of loads comes more and more. All the phone chargers, all the computer chargers are using impulse type of chargers, and they not they already have some noise inside, and that is reason why some countries are start to refuse such applications in installation, and they switching to A type. And as example, it is induction cooking. For example, customers are using in years before those standard cooking plates. Now they just changing the induction to new plate, which are induction cooking, and there it is. Opa, what happens? We have a difficulties, and there it is trip those residual current device, and they told, oh yes, that device or plate is broken, and that is not working properly. No, more important for you it is to understand you need to upgrade your residual current device, which are built in, for example, to protect your kitchen. And that is the main principles. But as we see, where we using more those A type is computer, as I already mentioned, because they're using those impulse type of chargers, induction cooking, and of course machines and some elements which are generate some differences in phasing. And they have already on board those specific type of filters, which are filter such signal. The next one standard, it is SI type, which are mostly made for industrial purpose. And as you know, for example, in production and huge production or any production, like we're using quite a lot fluorescent lamps. Not today, it is not fluorescent lamps, but when lighting can be protected from residual current devices, it can be used definitely SI type, because even LED lamps can generate, as you remember, these small impulses. But the good sign it is that the LED lamps, this small impulse which comes in the switching on, not impact that, but it's mainly impact during the working process when some of the lamps can be switching on off. But especially inductive loads and motors can generate some additional noise, which can be filtered, especially by those SI type devices. And of course, SI type is very common, and this standard more comes from the France, where it is very, as you know, very much they have those lighting strips, and lighting is suddenly very bad for guys who have, for example, white wine in the freezer, and then you come evening home, and unfortunately your freezer is off during some period, and that is not so good, and that is the reason why they invent SI type for this earth leakage protection type 2. And of course, hospitals and data centers, when it is used a lot of very sensitive equipment, and of course there it is, as you remember, there is a lot of different like freezers, cold rooms, and different type of stuff which can be used for such protection. And of course data centers, because in data centers there is huge UPS devices which can be protected by such SI type protection equipment. And then B type. B type is quite new. It's quite new in our fields, and of course everybody knows it's quite expensive. But the tests shown following, especially in places where it is used inverters, where it is used some speed drives, different pumps, as we know. Pumping systems comes already on like engines together with speed drives on one piece, as example, and it can be usually the systems. And as we know, water lifts its place with electricity, huge electricity. It is dangerous to protect those people. We need to build up like right protection for them. it's definitely can be used those B-type protection, because why B-type is different, because B-type can protect not only AC type of leakage, but in same time linear power leakage, and that is really very important when we're talking about types of different protection devices. That is for the specification of types. Then a little bit goes to coordination and rules of coordination, and what is coordination important for such devices? Yeah, there is certain formulas, and as we know, for prescribers, what is more important to understand different reasons how we can build proper schematics in the big buildings. And what is important to remember? It's always important to remember one thing. When we're talking about the residual current devices, the way of write like cascading down, it's already one of the more important points, which are gives some hints and tips how you can make right connections and right way of protections, which are when all the devices can work properly. For example, when this lower level MCB or residual current device trip, they're not tripping this first one. And what is more important in this chain, it is to using some devices which have a selective sign, especially when we're talking about level up and level down. For example, this level can be done usually by selective devices, and then up, down. In such case, it can be very important to build up properly. And yeah, when we look at a few examples, discrimination rules, as you are see, for example, when we are put 300 milliamps type S on the top, but it's type S, as you see, it's usually written by this small letter S. And what is important, they have this small time period which allows them to not tripping when tripping this first level of the device. That is the main principles what can be done. But okay, when we are doing those downstream trips, as you see, it can be at least ratio between sensitivity can be 3. That means when we have a 30 milliamps and this upstreams, it can be 30 milliamps, 300 milliamps, and that is the way how it can be built. For example, as you see, this cascade, such type, but this is not the best example when we are making such big different and big cascading. But sometimes it's needed because, as we know, very often in big buildings, it's necessary to build up such cascading, which helps you to build up such solution. Again, due to there it is cascading due to type. Again, there it is very important to make some consequences and make right choice, because you can't put, for example, tape AC on the top when you are using already tape AC A type below, because the risk is, of course, we understand that there it is already some kind of protection in this down levels. But again, that is discrimination rules are followed, as you see. Next one, of course, it's when we're talking about B type. Yeah, there it is some specific which we need to take in account, because discrimination can be done again accordingly, because the B type required. For example, such solution, because DC leakage for such standard SI type is 60 milliamps, which are already risk for people, and it can be used B type definitely. And that is huge risk which are discovered already when we're talking about car chargers. Very often people are not taking account those new standards, which are required to start to using B-type protection for car chargers, which are 22 kilowatts at least. And you need to use B-type residual current device, because otherwise this 60 milliamps is leaked through this IC type. But then last thing what I have in my slide, what is more important and what can be taken in account is house or apartment, everything which we are trying to protect it by residual current device. What is important, it's not can be used for very big amount of load. Why that is done and why is that is very important? It is important due to simple reason. Each connected device have already leakage. And what can be done when we are have a leakage? For example, standard PC, they have already 2 milliamps leakage. On the air, on the any connections or the heating or whatever else. And what is more important and what we are discovered, some equipment in some areas even more sensitive due to this reason, because for example, as we see on side of sea, for example in Liepāja, the seaside and port, there it is those devices much more sensitive because the air it is more ionized and the device start to leakage more than we are expected. But the good sign it is that we not recommend, or that is standard, which are not recommend to use more than 5 to 10 sockets on one earth leakage devices. That is the main stuff what I would like to say today. It's very shortly about things what I would like to show you. Yes, then we comes to question answers, but as you see, all those schematics and stuff, we are recommend to use our installation workbook. We have such nice installation book which are available on our website. And there it is already all formulas, all tables, especially tables which are required, for example, for right choice of contactors, right choice of MCBs, and in this selectivity, of course, our tools usually helps, like EcoDial helps you to found the right drawings and right, because they are already automatically can calculate the selectiveness of products and so on and so on. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Gatis. Thank you, Gatis. It was very useful because, well, nowadays electronics we have more and more around us, and it's very important so that we protect also ourselves. Because as I saw quite recently, then it's nothing to smoke in a gas station than to charge your EV during the rain. I think it's correctly. So do we have any questions from the audience? Do we see? No, I don't see any questions there from the audience. But then about this selectivity, how often it is happening that you are changing or you have to offer something for existing sites to add those MCBs or RCDs when they have, for example, installed new LED luminaires? Because this is one of the cases where quite oftenly, due to some economic reasons, the luminaires are changed, and then they understand that the panels also has to be revised.
Yeah, we have a certain studies, and that comes out. That is the reason why we are start to talk about that, because first of all, it's what we recommend to do. It is first of all calculate the quantities of luminaires and look on our tables what kind of protection. First of all, it is of course it is protection, but you not can increase because you don't want to change the cables. That is the first problem. And of course, those luminaires not can be built to use the cables with big size, and you can't use big MCBs. And definitely, it can be revised those cabinets but very often we can find the solution to start to using those hour contactors, because usually in big sites the light is on off by contactors or impulse relays. And that helps a lot, because those contactors or impulse relays working in 0-point switching on, and they're reducing quite a lot those starting up powers. And when we're talking about those starting up powers, and you will say, yes, but producers of luminaires shows like very small amount of this cosinus phi. Yes, because the cosinus phi is calculated by 10 cycles, approximately 10 cycles. And we know the LED luminaires are switching on in the 1 cycle. And of course, when you calculate that to 10 cycles, then it is close to 0 point, a very small power.
The reduction is enormous on that, and this is not really showing the situation, of course.
Exactly, that's not showing the real situation, because when you are make oscillograph, you are seeing this big spike, which are, as I mentioned already, for and different producer of luminaires, because there is no standard which are regulate that. Different producer of luminaires using different those drivers, and those startup, it is quite different for different producers. It's impossible even predict.
Of course, a lot of things, they are configurable or they are programmable.
What is programmable?
Those drivers, you can put them kind of in a soft start version, or when they. What do you see?
It's tricky. It's tricky, because I fully understand what you mentioned about those programming principles. That is, when you're using drivers, for example, with DALI, and you think, okay, there it is start up, it is go slowly. But that not helps. This spike will comes out during this period of startup, because they're charging those condensators on site. They have condensators in board, and that can be charged very quickly, and that not impact the lamp outcome, because the outcome, it is in secondary chains.
Okay. So still you are in a big trouble.
That sounds very, very strange, because that is reason why very often electricians, sometimes the site engineers not understand what happens, why the MCB start to trip, because there is not so much power and so on. We've not seen it, but that is electronic specific, which comes on our fields, and we need to take that in account and understand how that works.
And also not to forget that only MCB or RCD will not change. You also should calculate the cross section of cabling, as otherwise you are risking overheating or some other issues.
This nominal power, it is not so big. That's this spark, it is very small time.
Okay.
The startup process, it is very small. As you remember, that is less than 1 millisecond, and that is not impact your installation at all. But that impacts some devices which are protecting you. And because, as you know, for example, MCBs are calculating this average, this spark, what they're getting in short circuits, the reaction time, it is very short. And they not understand when they get the nominal power, for example, 200 times more, they understand that it is short circuits, and they start to trip. That is the main problem which comes up.
Okay, thank you for that. So do we have any questions from the audience? No, it seems that no. So thank you, Gatis. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you all the Schneider guys for the presentations. And then we will continue, with the ending of our today's lesson. And what I would like to say, that this is not really the ending, it's just where we finish our story. So that's it for today. Thank you that you joined us in our training session, and see you next time. Bye bye.